Tonight, we sail into a world of frost and fire, gods and giants, and tales older than the North itself. Here, Odin gives an eye for wisdom, Thor's hammer shakes the skies, and even the end of the world is only the start of another story. If this kind of journey helps you rest, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's strangely comforting to know who else is out there, hearing the same story in the same stillness. Now, settle in, and let's begin at the dawn of the Norse cosmos. Before the Norse gods, before the giants, and long before anyone thought to put a helmet with horns on a tea towel and call it Viking decor, there was nothing. Well, not entirely nothing. The Norse were not fond of absolute voids. Their nothing was a something they called ginnungagap, a word that, if you try to say it too quickly, sounds rather like a sneeze. This ginnungagap was an immense yawning space, a sort of cosmic no man's land. It lay between two utterly opposite realms, the frozen wastes of Niflheim to the north, and the searing furnace of Muspelheim to the south. The Norse world began not with a polite handshake between these realms, but with the two of them glaring across the emptiness, each convinced the other was being a bit much. Niflheim was the embodiment of ice, mist, and endless cold, ruled over, in later tales, by the dread figure of Hel. But in these earliest days, it was simply a frozen, misty expanse. Imagine the bleakest January morning in Scandinavia, and remove anything resembling warmth or colour, and you're getting close. On the other side was Muspelheim, the land of fire and unbearable heat, home to the fire giants and presided over by Surtur, a towering figure with a flaming sword, rather like a bonfire that decided it was tired of sitting still and took up swordplay. In the cosmology of the Norse, these two realms were ancient and eternal, existing long before gods or men, like two rival lodgers waiting for the landlord, the universe, to finally sort out the heating. Now, you might wonder how the Norse arrived at such an image. Ice at one end, fire at the other, and an empty gulf between. Well, remember that the Norse people were seafarers and farmers living in a part of the world where the seasons were not so much mildly different as radically opposed. Their winters were long, dark, and bitterly cold, while their summers, when they came, could be surprisingly fierce in their heat. The notion of two primal extremes was not an abstract philosophical concept. It was daily life. They simply put that reality on a cosmic scale. As the story goes, the heat from Muspelheim began to creep across Ginnungagap, meeting the frost and ice from Niflheim. Where the two met, there was a thaw. Drops of water formed, and from these drops came life. This life was not, you will be relieved to know, a small, manageable creature like a rabbit. No, it was the first being in existence, Ymir, the primordial giant. Ymir was enormous. So enormous that his sweat alone could create more life. A fact which may make you reconsider the romantic image of Norse mythology. It all begins with a sweaty giant in a melting ice field. Alongside Ymir came another vital figure, the cow Audhumla. In the Norse mind, of course, there would be a cosmic cow. Farming culture made cattle a symbol of nourishment, survival, and wealth. But this was no ordinary cow. Audhumla was vast, magnificent, and produced rivers of milk from her udders, milk which nourished Ymir and allowed him to grow. And how did Audhumla feed herself? She licked she licked the salty ice blocks of Ginnungagap day after day, and from her licking emerged something else entirely, the first of the gods. This god was Buri, who appeared gradually from the ice as Audhumla licked him into being, much like a sculptor freeing a statue from marble. One can imagine the storyteller's satisfaction here. In a culture without modern refrigeration, the image of life emerging from ice was both strange and oddly familiar. Buri, once freed, had a son named Bor, and Bor married a giantess from the realm of frost, producing 3 sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve. Here at last, the central characters of Norse myth begin to arrive, gods who will shape the world and its fate. But before we get to their grand designs, there's the small matter of Ymir. Ymir, you see, was not just the first giant. He was also the ancestor of the frost giants who would trouble the gods for all eternity. His sweat produced male and female frost giants, and his legs, according to one account, gave birth to yet another giant, a detail which, frankly, even the most patient storyteller might gloss over to avoid awkward questions from children around the fire. The relationship between Ymir and the young gods was not destined to be harmonious. In many Indo-European mythologies, the first generation of divine beings is often overthrown or replaced by the next. The Norse were no exception. Odin and his brothers confronted Ymir, and, after what must have been a rather titanic struggle, they killed him. His death was not a quiet affair, for from his wounds poured such a flood of blood that nearly all of the frost giants drowned. Only one, Bergelmir, and his wife survived, escaping on some sort of makeshift vessel. In this, you can detect faint echoes of flood myths found across the world, from Mesopotamia to the Hebrew Bible. With Ymir dead, the gods now had the raw materials to create the world. They took his immense body and repurposed it with the sort of grim practicality that was entirely in keeping with Norse sensibilities. His flesh became the land, his blood the seas and lakes, his bones the mountains, his teeth the cliffs and boulders. They even used his skull to create the dome of the sky, placing sparks from Muspelheim there as stars. His brain, poor fellow, became the clouds. If nothing else, the Norse were committed to recycling. It's worth pausing here to note that this creation from a body motif is not unique to the Norse. The Indo-European world offers several parallels. The Vedic myth of Purusha in ancient India and the Babylonian tale of Tiamat both involve a primeval being slain and transformed into the physical universe. What's distinctively Norse, however, is the blend of brutal violence and earthy pragmatism. There's little sense of reverence in their creation, more of a "we've got the parts, let's get on with it" attitude. The gods then set about shaping the world further. Around the land they made from Ymir's flesh, they placed the sea, an encircling ocean that marked the boundaries of Midgard, the realm of men. Beyond that lay Jotunheim, the land of the giants, for the survivors of Ymir's kin still had to live somewhere. This separation, gods and men inside, giants outside, reflects the deep Norse concern with boundaries. In a dangerous world, keeping enemies at bay was not just a matter of walls and weapons, but of cosmic order. But the world was still empty of people. That came later, when Odin, Vili, and Ve fashioned the first humans from 2 logs they found on a beach, Ask and Embla. They gave them life, consciousness, speech, and senses. In this moment, humanity took its place within the grand design, not as the centerpiece of creation, but as one more element in a vast, dangerous cosmos. Historically, this entire myth cycle reflects a people intimately familiar with the raw power of their environment. The Norse inhabited a land where glaciers had once carved the fjords, where volcanic eruptions could turn day into night, and where the seasons brought extremes of heat and cold. The imagery of ice meeting fire, of a world made from a slain giant, was more than just story. It was a way to express the idea that the world itself was born of struggle and contrast. And so, from the yawning void of Ginnungagap, through the mingling of ice and fire, came the world as the Norse understood it. It was a place of danger and beauty, built from the body of a giant, sustained by the work of gods, and always shadowed by the presence of their enemies just beyond the horizon. It was, in short, a world that felt very much like their own, only bigger, stranger, and with rather more dragons. If you picture it now, you might imagine Odin and his brothers surveying their handiwork with the air of craftsmen satisfied with a job well done. They had land, sea, sky, stars, clouds, and soon enough, mortals. And perhaps Odin, ever the thinker, was already planning ahead. For in the Norse universe, even at the moment of creation, the seeds of its destruction were already sown. But that, as the storyteller says, is a tale for another time. When we last left the Norse cosmos, it had been, well, rather messily assembled. Odin and his brothers, Vili and Ve, had taken the corpse of Ymir and, in what can only be described as the most ambitious act of repurposing in history, turned him into the world. Now you might think this would be enough for any sensible set of deities, but no. The Norse gods were nothing if not industrious, and besides, a bare skeleton of land and sea is hardly inviting. It was time to furnish their new realm. Let's step back for a moment to consider the three brothers themselves. Odin, of course, will become the All-Father, god of wisdom, war, and poetry. The one whose eye for detail and willingness to literally give up an eye will shape much of the mythos. Vili and Ve are often overshadowed by their more famous sibling, but in these early days they are co-creators, each bringing essential gifts. Vili is associated with will and thought, the drive to act, while Ve is linked to sacredness, ritual, and order. If Odin is the mind, Vili the drive, and Ve the structure, then together they make a formidable trio. Think of them as the original project management team, only instead of paperwork, they're handling oceans, mountains, and the occasional stray giant. With Ymir's body laid out as the world, they began to define its boundaries. They placed Ymir's skull over the land to form the dome of the sky, setting it on 4 sturdy points held up by dwarves named Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri, north, south, east, and west. These 4 became the cardinal points of the Norse cosmos, quite literally holding up the heavens. One can only hope they had decent union representation, as it was an eternal job with no breaks. The brothers then took sparks from Muspelheim, those fiery embers from the primordial realm of flame, and flung them across the underside of the sky to create the stars. This act has an oddly tender quality in Norse myth, almost like decorating a child's bedroom ceiling, albeit on a much grander scale. The sun and moon were fashioned next, though the myths about them differ. In some accounts, they are divine chariots drawn through the sky, forever chased by wolves. In others, They are simply great glowing bodies set in motion. Either way, their presence was crucial, for in the Norse world, as in the real northern latitudes, the sun's appearance and disappearance were matters of life and death. Now, if we return to Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm that would one day be home to humans, it was still rather empty. So Odin, Vili, and Ve strolled along the seashore, and happened upon 2 logs, one of ash and one of elm. The ash tree became Usk, the first man. The elm became Embla, the first woman. The brothers gifted them 3 things. Odin gave them life and breath. Vili gave them mind and movement. Ve gave them appearance, speech, hearing, and sight. Thus, humanity entered the picture, not as a central focus of the universe — the Norse gods had plenty of other concerns — but as an integral part of the grand design. Historically, this beachside creation scene may reflect the Norse familiarity with driftwood. Seafaring peoples often found strange, weather-worn logs washed ashore, sometimes from faraway lands, and gave them significance. Trees themselves, particularly ash, were sacred. Yggdrasil itself was often envisioned as an ash tree, the great axis of the cosmos. Elm, though less prominent in myth, was still valued, and perhaps here it simply provided a pleasing balance. A masculine ash and a feminine elm joined at the beginning of humanity's tale. Once humans were introduced, the gods needed to ensure they could survive. The Norse saw the world as a network of realms, each with its own inhabitants. Midgard was surrounded by a great ocean, beyond which lay Jotunheim, the land of the giants, a permanent source of trouble. The gods erected a mighty barrier from Ymir's eyebrows, yes, really, to keep the giants out. This detail, half comic and half grim, shows something essential about Norse myth. The sacred and the absurd were never far apart. Meanwhile, the gods themselves made their home in Asgard, a realm connected to Midgard by the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Bifrost, despite its beauty, was also a practical structure. The Norse were fond of the idea that even something as delicate-looking as a rainbow could also serve as a strategic link between worlds. In a way, this reflected their own reality. Viking longships, slender and elegant, were both beautiful and deadly efficient. Beneath all this grandeur lay Niflheim, the land of ice and mist, from which flowed the wellspring Fergelmere, source of many rivers. And near the roots of Yggdrasil was Helheim, the shadowy realm of the dead who did not die gloriously in battle. The cosmology was layered and interconnected, with the world tree Yggdrasil binding it all together. Roots in the underworld, branches in the heavens, trunk in the middle world. Archaeological finds, from carved stones to amulets, show how deeply this image of a cosmic tree resonated in the Norse imagination. The dwarves, meanwhile, were hard at work beneath the earth, crafting wonders for the gods, though their origins, like much in Norse myth, are tangled. In some accounts, dwarves were born from the maggots in Ymir's flesh, transformed by the gods into skilled craftsmen. It's not the most flattering origin story, but the Norse rarely romanticized such matters. What mattered was their skill. They forged Odin's spear Gungnir, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, and Freya's ship Skidbladnir, among other treasures. It's here that the interplay between myth and historical reality becomes clear. The Norse admired craftsmanship deeply. Fine weaponry, jewellery, and shipbuilding were marks of status and skill. By attributing the most perfect works to supernatural smiths, the myths elevated craftsmanship to a divine art. And then there were the giants, not merely brutish enemies, but beings of immense power and ancient knowledge. The gods' relationship with them was complicated, sometimes hostile, sometimes cooperative, often both at once. Marriages and alliances occurred, but the tension never disappeared. Historically, this reflects the Norse awareness of other peoples beyond their borders. Trading partners one year, raiders the next. One of the most telling aspects of this early world building is how the Norse mythos embraces instability. The creation of the world from Ymir's body was not the end of conflict, but the beginning. Giants still lived beyond the seas. Wolves pursued the sun and moon, and even the roots of Yggdrasil were gnawed by the serpent Nidhöggr. This was not a universe that promised eternal peace. It was a world of constant vigilance, a reflection of life in early medieval Scandinavia, where survival meant readiness for change, hardship, and sudden danger. Yet there was beauty too. The gods established cycles, day and night, seasons, life and death. They ordered the heavens so that navigation, planting and harvest could follow predictable patterns. In this, we can see echoes of how Norse seafarers relied on the stars, the sun's path, and the turning of the year. And always underpinning it all was the knowledge, or perhaps the uneasy suspicion, that this carefully made world was temporary. The Norse did not imagine an eternal cosmos. From the moment of creation there was the shadow of Ragnarök, the doom to come. In a way, this acceptance of impermanence is one of the most striking aspects of Norse mythology. It is both fatalistic and oddly liberating. If the end is certain, then the measure of life is in how one meets it. For now, though, in these earliest days, there was work to do. The gods had their halls to build. Odin's Valaskjalf, with its high seat from which he could survey all the realms. Thor's Bilskirnir in the land of Trudvang, and Freya's Folkvanger, the field where she welcomed her share of the battle slain. Each of these places carried its own meaning and reflected the values of its divine owner. The crafting of the world, then, was not a single act, but an ongoing process. With every hall raised, every river named, every star set in place, the gods shaped a cosmos that was both majestic and precarious. It was a place where frost and fire, gods and giants, order and chaos were in constant interplay. And in the middle of it all, humans. Fragile yet resilient. Given life on a beach by three gods who, perhaps, already suspected they would one day need mortal courage in the battles to come. By this point in the Norse creation story, the bones of the cosmos were in place. The land had been carved from the corpse of Ymir. Seas filled the low places. Stars and the sun had been set in their proper paths. And human beings, courtesy of a pair of driftwood logs, were breathing their first air. But for the Norse, the world was never imagined as a simple flat sheet under a dome of sky. It was a living, interconnected structure. The 9 realms, each distinct in its nature and inhabitants, all bound together by the colossal ash tree Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was no ordinary tree. Its roots burrowed into the deepest, most secret places of the cosmos, while its branches stretched so high they brushed the vault of the heavens. Ever green and ever living, it stood at the very centre of all things. A cosmic axis, the great spine that held the realms in place. The idea of a world tree is found in many cultures, from the shamans of Siberia to the myths of Central America, but the Norse gave theirs a distinct northern character. Yggdrasil wasn't merely symbolic, it was structural, the very frame of reality itself, yet vulnerable to storms, pests, and eventually destruction. And like any great structure, Yggdrasil had tenants. At its top perched a nameless eagle, keen-eyed and watchful, surveying all that lay below. Between its eyes sat the hawk Vedfolnir, making the eagle's head its permanent vantage point. Down at the roots, far in the dark, the dragon Nidhöggr gnawed endlessly, seeking to weaken the tree's foundation. Between these heights and depths scurried the squirrel Ratatoskr, whose sole occupation seemed to be carrying spiteful messages from eagle to dragon and back again, ensuring that ill will never ran out of steam. The presence of such a petty little troublemaker in a grand cosmic drama may be the Norse way of reminding us that even the mightiest systems can be undone by small, persistent irritations. The 9 realms themselves were strung along Yggdrasil like jewels on a chain, each one a world unto itself. High in the branches was Asgard, home of the Aesir gods, Odin, Thor, Frigg, Baldur, and their kin. It was a shining, fortified realm, accessible only by the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Within Asgard were the grand halls of the gods, Odin's Valaskjalf with its silver roof, and the high seat Hlidskjalf from which he could look out over all the worlds. Thor's Bilskirnir, boasting more rooms than any mortal could count, and Freya's Folkvangr, where she welcomed half the warriors slain in battle, the other half going to Odin's Valhalla. Asgard reflected the Viking ideal of the chieftain's hall, a place of protection, feasting, and decision-making, elevated to a divine scale. Alongside Asgard lay Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods, Njord, Freyr, and Freya among them. These deities were associated with fertility, prosperity, and the bounty of the natural world. The Vanir had once warred with the Aesir in a battle that shook the foundations of the realms, but a truce brought an exchange of hostages and a mingling of powers. The Vanir's mastery over natural abundance with the Aesir's control over war, rulership, and cosmic order. Many scholars think the Vanir represent an older layer of Norse belief, rooted in the agricultural traditions of pre-Viking Scandinavia. At the centre of it all lay Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm of humans. It was surrounded by an immense ocean, beyond which stretched the wild lands of the giants. The gods protected Midgard with a great wall built from Ymir's eyebrows, an image that sounds faintly comical until you consider the symbolic importance of boundaries in Norse thought. Midgard was an island of order and safety, connected to Asgard by the Bifrost, much as Viking settlements were linked to their chieftains by dangerous sea routes. It was never imagined as a globe floating in space, but as a fortified homeland within reach of both friend and enemy. Far beyond Midgard's seas lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, the Jotnar. These beings were not always enemies. Some possessed great wisdom, and alliances were sometimes made, but they represented the untamed forces of nature and chaos. Jotunheim was a place of danger, where the gods ventured only with purpose, and often at great risk. Myths tell of Thor's journeys there, of contests of strength and cunning, and of unexpected hospitality from beings who could just as easily crush their guests. In many ways, Jotunheim reflected the Norse view of the unknown lands beyond their settlements, inhabited, unpredictable, and potentially deadly. In contrast, Alfheim was a realm of beauty and light, home to the light elves. These beings were associated with fertility, inspiration, and perhaps the spirits of the ancestors. They are seldom described in detail in the surviving sources, but their presence suggests an older strand of belief in nature spirits. In later folklore, they merged with fairies and elves, but in the Viking Age they may have been seen as luminous, beneficent beings linked to the rhythms of growth and renewal. Beneath the earth was Svartalfheim, also known as Nidavellir, the home of the dwarves. These master craftsmen created the gods' most treasured possessions: Odin's spear Gungnir, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Freya's ship Skidbladnir, and even the golden hair of Sif. Their workshops were dark, deep, and filled with the sound of hammering, much like the forges of human smiths in the Viking Age. By placing the most perfect works in the hands of supernatural artisans, the Norse elevated craftsmanship to the status of divine magic. Deep below, shrouded in mist and cold, was Niflheim, one of the oldest realms, home to frost and shadow. Here lay the spring Hvergelmir, source of many rivers that flowed into the worlds. Niflheim was a place of stillness and death, inhospitable to life. Within it lay Helheim, ruled by the goddess Hel, whose body was half living woman and half decayed corpse. This was the realm where those who died of sickness, old age, or any inglorious cause found themselves. It was not a place of torment, merely a shadowy continuation of existence, but to the warrior's mind it was a poor substitute for the feasting halls of Valhalla or Folkvanger. Viking burial customs, with grave goods for the journey, may reflect the belief in this sombre destination. Balancing Niflheim's eternal cold was Muspelheim, a realm of fire and primal heat. Here dwelt the fire giants, led by Surtur, who carried a flaming sword. Muspelheim's flames were not the gentle glow of a hearth, but the devouring blaze of destruction. It was foretold that at Ragnarök, Surt would lead his forces across the Bifrost, shattering it under their weight, and set the worlds aflame. The three great roots of Yggdrasil anchored it into different parts of the cosmos. One reached into Asgard, another into Jotunheim, and the third into Niflheim. Beneath these roots lay sacred wells. In Asgard's root was the Well of Urd, where the three Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, carved runes into Yggdrasil's trunk, shaping the fate of gods and men alike. In Jotunheim's root lay Mimir's Well, a source of wisdom so deep that Odin gave up an eye to drink from it. Beneath Niflheim's root lay Hvergelmir, the seething spring from which all waters flowed, guarded by serpents. To the Norse mind, this structure was not abstract, but tangible. A farmer in a remote fjord could imagine that somewhere above him, Asgard's halls glittered in the light, while deep beneath his feet, the cold mists of Niflheim curled around the roots of the World Tree. The image of Yggdrasil may have been present in carved stone, on wooden staves, or in the mind's eye during rituals. It was both a cosmic map and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Gods, humans, giants, the living, the dead, the forces of creation and destruction. Yet even this great tree was not eternal. It was evergreen and ever-living, but it bore wounds, gnawed roots, creeping rot, the ceaseless labour of the Norns to sustain it. The Norse did not comfort themselves with the illusion of permanence. Yggdrasil would fall, as all things must, at Ragnarök. Its fall would not be a surprise, but the inevitable end of a long, heroic stand against the forces that wore it down. Until that day, however, it stood, holding the 9 realms in its branches and roots, a living axis of a universe both vast and fragile. And so the Norse cosmos took its full shape, not a single flat world, but 9 realms bound together, each with its own purpose, culture and perils, all part of a system in constant tension. It was a world that felt familiar to those who told its stories, ordered but threatened, connected but divided, magnificent but never safe. And at the heart of it all, Yggdrasil reached skyward and downward, a bridge between the heights of the gods and the depths of the dead. A reminder that the threads of life and fate are all woven into the same great pattern. In the early days of the 9 realms, when the gods were still shaping their places of power and mortals were only beginning their quiet lives in Midgard, there came a great conflict among the divine themselves. It was a war between 2 great tribes of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir, a war that would reshape the balance of power in the Norse cosmos. The Aesir, who ruled from Asgard, were gods of order, war, rulership, and cosmic law. Odin, Thor, and Tyr were among their ranks, and their concerns often lay with power, discipline, and the defence of their realm from giants and other threats. The Vanir, dwelling in Vanaheim, were different. They were gods of fertility, prosperity, the sea, and the natural cycles of life. Njord, Freyr, and Freya were their most prominent figures, and they were deeply tied to the land's bounty, the health of crops, and the abundance of fish and game. Their powers came not from martial strength, but from their deep connection to nature and the mysteries of magic and foresight. The surviving sources don't tell us exactly how the war began, but one thread in the myths suggests that it was sparked by the arrival of a figure called Gullveig. She was a mysterious woman associated with gold and perhaps with magic of a dangerous sort. She came to Asgard and, by some accounts, enchanted the Aesir with her talk of wealth and desire. The name Gullveig means gold drunk, or gold power, and her presence seemed to embody the allure and corruption of greed. The Aesir, unimpressed or perhaps angered by what they saw as her corrupting influence, tried to kill her. They speared her, burned her 3 times, and each time she was reborn from the flames, unharmed. This, as you might imagine, did not improve relations. Gullveig may have been the Vanir goddess Freya in disguise, or she may have been a separate Vanir figure entirely, but in either case, her treatment by the Aesir was an insult the Vanir could not ignore. The war that followed was unlike the many battles the Aesir would later fight against giants and monsters. This was a war between equals. 2 groups of gods, both powerful, both skilled in their own ways. The Aesir brought their weapons, their warriors, and their fierce determination to dominate. The Vanir countered with magic, cunning, and the ability to influence the forces of nature itself. The Vanir's practice of Seder, a form of magic that dealt with fate and prophecy, was particularly feared by the Aesir, for it could reveal secrets and change destinies. This was no quick skirmish. The war dragged on, with battles fought across the realms. The walls of Asgard were damaged, the fields of Vanaheim were scorched, and the balance of the cosmos trembled. In some tellings, neither side could gain the upper hand for long. The Aesir might win a decisive battle, only to be undone by the Vanir's subtle magic. The Vanir might turn the tide with a spell, only to be pushed back by the Aesir's relentless force. It's worth pausing here to note that myths of divine wars between different groups of gods are not unique to the Norse. The ancient Greeks told of the Titanomachy, when the Olympians overthrew the Titans. The Hindus have stories of devas and asuras locked in cycles of conflict. In many cases, these myths reflect the blending of different cultures or belief systems. Perhaps a warlike, expansionist people encountering and eventually absorbing the gods of a more agrarian society. The War of the Aesir and Vanir may preserve a distant memory of such a cultural merging in Scandinavia's prehistory. Eventually, both sides saw that the war was costing too much. Neither the Aesir nor the Vanir could completely destroy the other, and the damage to the realms threatened the stability of Yggdrasil itself. So they sought peace. The truce was sealed with an exchange of hostages, an ancient custom in which each side sent some of its most valued members to live with the other, ensuring good behaviour on both sides. From the Vanir came Njord, god of the sea, wealth and seafaring, and his children Freya and Freya. Njord's domain over the sea made him an invaluable ally for a people whose lives depended on trade, fishing and navigation. Freya was associated with fertility, peace and prosperity, a bringer of bountiful harvests and fair weather. Freya, a goddess of beauty, love and magic, brought the art of Seder to the Aesir, teaching them its uses and dangers. From the Aesir went Honir, a tall and handsome god, and Mimir, a being of great wisdom, who guarded the well that bore his name. In a moment that might have been awkward had it not been so tragic, the Vanir later killed Mimir, sending his head back to the Aesir. Odin preserved it with herbs and spells so that it could still speak, and Mimir's head became one of Odin's sources of secret knowledge. The death of Mimir was a reminder that peace, even when agreed upon, did not erase all grudges. The truce was further strengthened by a symbolic act. The two sides spat into a great vessel, mixing their saliva. From this mixture, they created a being called Kvasir, the wisest of all beings, who travelled the realms teaching knowledge and resolving disputes. His fate, unfortunately, would later involve being murdered by dwarves who turned his blood into the mead of poetry. But that is a story for another day. With the war ended, the Aesir and Vanir were no longer two separate pantheons at odds. They became one combined community of gods, each retaining their specialties but now sharing their powers. The Aesir gained the Vanir's knowledge of fertility magic, weather and prosperity. The Vanir gained the Aesir's protection, military strength, and access to their far-reaching influence across the realms. The result was a divine order more complete than either had been alone. From a historical perspective, this merging of pantheons could mirror the way early Scandinavian societies combined different religious traditions as they interacted through trade, marriage, and conflict. Agricultural fertility rites, coastal fishing cults, and inland warrior cults could all have contributed elements to the unified Norse religion that later took shape. For the Norse storyteller, however, the War of the Gods was more than a memory of cultural change. It was a cautionary tale about pride, conflict, and the need for balance between opposing forces. The Aesir's focus on war and rule was powerful but incomplete without the Vanir's connection to the land and the cycles of life. The Vanir's magic and abundance were potent, but without the Aesir's protection, they were vulnerable to outside threats. Together, they could create and sustain a world where both might and plenty were honoured. Yet, as with so many Norse myths, this resolution didn't mean the end of all trouble. The Aesir and Vanir would still face challenges from giants, monsters, and fate itself. But their alliance meant that when those challenges came, and they always did, the gods would stand together, drawing on the strength of both tribes. In the halls of Asgard, the Vanir found places of honour. Njord took up residence by the sea, his hall Noatun filled with the sound of waves. Freyr was given Alfheim as a gift, and there he ruled over the light elves, ensuring fertility and peace. Freya became one of the most powerful and respected goddesses. Her beauty matched only by her skill in magic, and her willingness to take her share of the battle slain. The Aesir, for their part, benefited from the Vanir's wisdom and their skill in maintaining the prosperity of the realms. The war of the gods faded into memory, replaced by stories of cooperation and shared purpose. But the lesson remained. Even the divine were not above quarrel, and even the most bitter conflict could end in unity, if both sides saw the value in survival over victory. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, Odin would remember the woman who could not be burned, and wonder whether Gulve had been sent to teach them all that some forces, gold, desire, magic, could not be destroyed, only transformed. In the end, the Aesir and Vanir stood side by side, their war over, but their destinies still bound to the fate woven by the Norns at the roots of Yggdrasil. The tree endured, the realms endured, and for a time peace held. But in Norse mythology, peace is never forever. It is a pause, a gathering of strength before the next great trial. And somewhere, beyond the walls of Asgard and the fields of Vanaheim, the giants watched and waited, knowing that even united, the gods were not untouchable. Odin is the most restless of the Norse gods. It is not enough for him to sit on a throne in Asgard and preside over feasts and ceremonies. He is king, yes, but he is also wanderer, poet, sorcerer, and above all, seeker of knowledge. To Odin, knowledge is not a luxury. It is the only weapon that can prepare the gods for the doom he knows will one day arrive. In the Norse world, where winters could kill as surely as battle, and where every journey might end in disaster, the idea of a ruler who sought foresight above all else was not strange. It was sensible. Odin's wisdom is the armour he wears into a fight he already knows he cannot win. His pursuit of knowledge is relentless. The best-known tale of this hunger takes him to Jotunheim, the land of giants, where Mimir's well lies. This well is said to contain water that grants deep wisdom to those who drink it. Not the sort of wisdom that tells you the weather tomorrow, but the kind that lets you see patterns across ages, the currents of fate itself. Odin comes to Mimir and asks for a drink. Mimir, who is no fool, knows the value of what he guards and demands a price, one of Odin's eyes. The All-Father does not haggle. He plucks out his eye and drops it into the well. From then on, his single gaze is more piercing than two ever were, for he has traded ordinary sight for the vision of things unseen. This story alone might have been enough to secure Odin's reputation as the god who would pay any cost for knowledge, but it is not the only sacrifice he makes. In the Havamal, a poem of his own words, Odin tells how he sought the secret of the runes. These are not mere letters, but symbols tied to the deepest forces of the cosmos, each with a name, a power, and a purpose. To gain them, Odin hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, without food or drink. He stared downward into the abyss until, at last, the runes revealed themselves. He took them up, learned their secrets, and in that moment died and was reborn. The Norse would have recognized this as a shaman's ordeal, a journey of death and return that brings new powers. For Odin, the runes meant mastery over charms of healing, protection, victory, and curse. They were not trophies to be locked away, but tools to be used. Odin's thirst for wisdom is never quenched. He is not content to sit in Asgard and wait for news to reach him. He disguises himself in countless ways, wandering through the 9 realms to gather knowledge firsthand. Sometimes he plays the role of an old wanderer in a broad-brimmed hat and cloak, speaking in riddles to those he meets. Sometimes he challenges giants in contests of wit, as in the tale of Vafthrûdnir, where he wagers his life on the outcome. They trade questions, each probing the other's knowledge of the world's origins and fate. In the end, Odin wins by asking what he whispered into the ear of his son Baldur before the boy was sent to the realm of the dead, a question only he can answer. His victory is not just a triumph of cleverness, but a reminder that the deepest truths are often kept in the most personal places. Magic is part of his arsenal too. Odin learned cedar from the goddess Freya, a form of magic that can shape fate, see the future, and twist the threads of destiny. In Viking society, cedar was often viewed as unmanly for a warrior, associated instead with women and with the Vanir gods. But Odin is beyond such concerns. For him, anything that gives an advantage in the long struggle is worth having. This willingness to cross boundaries for the sake of knowledge marks him as both admirable and unsettling. Odin's cunning often takes the form of elaborate schemes. One of his most famous involves the mead of poetry, a drink that bestows the gift of inspiration. The mead was created from the blood of Kvasir, the wisest of beings, mixed with honey and guarded by a giant named Suttungr. Odin, determined to have it, set about the task with characteristic patience. He worked for Suttungr's brother, gaining his trust, and eventually seduced Suttungr's daughter, Gunnlod, who guarded the mead. Over 3 nights, she allowed him to drink from it until he had consumed it all. He then transformed into an eagle and flew back to Asgard, with Suttungr pursuing him in the same form. Most of the mead was safely delivered to the gods, but some spilled along the way, becoming the portion of bad poets. The Norse thus explained why not all verse is equal. The best comes from Odin's gift, the rest from what fell to earth in the scramble. Odin's pursuit of wisdom extends even to the dead. In the poem Baldur's Drauma, he rides to the underworld to question a dead Volva, a prophetess, about dreams foretelling his son Baldur's death. She tells him what he fears to hear. Baldur will die, and his death will set the course for Ragnarok. Odin does not turn away from the knowledge, though it brings him grief. He needs to know, because preparation, even for disaster, is better than ignorance. This need for preparation explains much of Odin's behaviour. He chooses who will die in battle, not always according to merit or justice, but according to who he wants in Valhalla. Half of the slain go to him, half to Freya. Those he gathers, the Einherjar, spend their afterlife training for the final battle. It is not sentimentality that drives him to collect them. It is strategy. The greatest warriors are resources to be deployed when the day of doom arrives. This is one of the ways Odin's morality differs from that of mortals. His choices may seem cruel, but they serve a larger plan only he can see. Odin's many names, over 200 in the surviving myths, reflect his complexity. Some, like Allfather, speak of his role as the progenitor of gods and men. Others, like Grimnir, the masked one, point to his habit of travelling in disguise. Still others, like Bolverk, evildoer, recall the names he used when his schemes required deception. Each name is a mask, a facet of a god whose identity shifts as easily as the wind changes direction. Yet for all his wisdom, Odin is bound by fate. The Norns, the three women who weave the threads of destiny at the roots of Yggdrasil, have already set his end. At Ragnarök, he will face the wolf Fenrir, and the wolf will kill him. This is not a secret to Odin. He knows it as clearly as he knows the sound of Mjolnir's thunder, and yet he works ceaselessly to prepare for that day, not to avoid it, but to meet it on his own terms. It is the paradox at the heart of his character. To fight a battle he knows he will lose, because to do otherwise would be unthinkable. In the Viking Age, Odin's worship was often tied to the warrior elite and to poets. Farmers might pray to Thor for rain, or to Freya for fertility, but chieftains, kings, and those who sought honour in battle looked to Odin. His gift were not comfort or ease, but victory, inspiration, and the chance to be remembered in song. To follow Odin was to accept that the path to glory was not without cost, and that wisdom itself could be as dangerous as any blade. This mixture of wisdom, cunning, and ruthless purpose made Odin a figure of both reverence and wariness. In the myths, he rewards loyalty and courage, but he also abandons allies when it suits his plans. He values those who can think and act for themselves, who can read the currents of a situation and adapt. His gifts are great, but they often come with strings attached. And so, Odin continues his wanderings. One-eyed, rune-wise, wrapped in his cloak, he moves through the 9 realms in search of anything that might tilt the scales, however slightly, in the gods' favour. He listens to whispers in the halls of giants, trades riddles with the wise, braves the silence of the dead. He takes knowledge wherever he can find it, from friend or foe, from honourable bargain or calculated theft. Every scrap is another piece in the great game he plays against fate. He knows the end will come. He knows the wolf will swallow him. But until that moment, he will watch, he will plan, and he will act. And in this, perhaps more than in his power or his rule, lies the reason Odin's story endures. He shows that the worth of a life, godly or mortal, is not in how long it lasts, but in how it is spent, and in the wisdom one gains along the way. Thor is perhaps the most recognisable figure in all of Norse mythology, though the modern world has painted him in very different colours from the one the Vikings knew. In the myths, he is not a sleek, golden-haired demigod with perfect teeth, but a red-bearded, broad-shouldered thunderer whose strength is unmatched, whose appetite for food and drink is prodigious, and whose temper is as quick as the storms he commands. He is the son of Odin, but unlike his father, Thor has little patience for schemes and riddles. His way is direct. If something threatens Asgard or Midgard, he smashes it with his hammer, Mjolnir, and thinks about the details afterwards. It is a method that, while not subtle, has proven extremely effective. Thor's hammer is no ordinary weapon. Forged by the dwarves, Brokkr and Sindri, Mjolnir has the power to level mountains and return to Thor's hand after being thrown. It is also a sacred object, used in blessings, marriages and oaths. The short handle, the result of a mishap during its forging, is never portrayed as a flaw. Rather, it becomes part of its unique identity, and perhaps a reminder that even the mightiest tools can carry imperfections. In Viking society, where the hammer was worn as an amulet, it served both as a sign of devotion to Thor and as a statement of cultural identity, especially during times when Christianity began to spread, and the cross became its own powerful symbol. Thor spends much of his time in myth battling giants, the Jotnar of Jotunheim, who often threaten gods and mortals alike. Many of these encounters follow a similar pattern. A threat emerges, Thor takes up Mjolnir, and after a journey that usually involves at least one comic mishap, the threat is decisively removed. But while Thor is a warrior, he is also a protector. He is the guardian of Midgard, and in this role, he is perhaps the most loved of the gods by ordinary people. Farmers, fishermen, and travellers prayed to him for safe passage and for protection against the chaos that giants symbolised. One of the best known tales of Thor involves his fishing trip to catch Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. Thor goes out to sea with the giant Hymir, using an ox's head as bait. The serpent takes the hook, and Thor hauls it up, the waves churning, the boat straining. He lifts Mjolnir, ready to strike, but Hymir, terrified of the consequences, cuts the line. The serpent slips back into the depths, and Thor, furious, throws Hymir overboard for his trouble. The story is both dramatic and strangely unfinished, for it hints at the prophecy that Thor and Jörmungandr will one day kill each other at Ragnarok. Another famous adventure is the time Thor's hammer was stolen by the giant Thrym. Thrym demanded the goddess Freyja as his bride in exchange for returning it. Freyja understandably refused, and so Loki suggested an outrageous plan. Thor would dress as a bride, veil and all, and go to Jotunheim to reclaim Mjolnir. Thor, grumbling, agreed, and with Loki disguised as his maid, they travelled to Thrym's hall. There, Thor's voracious eating nearly gave him away, but Loki's quick tongue explained it away as the hunger of a bride who had not eaten in 8 days from excitement. When Mjolnir was brought out to sanctify the marriage, Thor seized it, threw off the veil, and dispatched Thrym and his kin. It is a story told with obvious humour, perhaps even a touch of self-parody, showing that even the gods could be the butt of a joke, so long as they got the last laugh. And then there is Loki. If Thor is the hammer, Loki is the spark. Unpredictable, quick, and capable of starting fires both metaphorical and literal. Loki's place among the gods is complicated. He is counted as one of the Aesir, yet he is of giant heritage, the son of Laufey and Farbauti. He is a shapeshifter, a trickster, a bringer of both calamity and salvation. Sometimes he is the gods' greatest helper, using his wit to solve problems no amount of brute force could handle. Other times, he is the cause of the problem in the first place. One story shows both sides of Loki clearly. When the builder of Asgard's walls demanded the sun, moon, and goddess Freyja as payment for completing the fortifications, the gods were trapped by their own bargain. Loki proposed letting the builder use his horse, Svadilfari, to speed the work. But when it became clear the builder would succeed, Loki transformed into a mare, lured the stallion away, and returned later, having given birth to an 8-legged foal, Sleipnir, who became Odin's steed. It is a bizarre tale, and the fact that Loki emerges from it as both problem maker and problem solver is entirely in keeping with his nature. Loki's cleverness is matched only by his capacity for malice, and his pranks can have dire consequences. In the story of the death of Baldur, the beloved son of Odin and Frigg, it is Loki who learns that Baldur can be harmed only by mistletoe. He fashions a dart from it and tricks the blind god Hyrda into throwing it, killing Baldur. This act sets in motion events that lead directly to Ragnarok and marks Loki's final break with the Aesir. He is bound in chains beneath the earth, a serpent dripping venom onto his face, his wife Sigyn catching it in a bowl to spare him what pain she can. When she turns away to empty the bowl, the venom strikes, and Loki writhes, causing earthquakes. Even here, in punishment, Loki's presence is felt in the world's turmoil. Yet before that final betrayal, Loki's partnership with Thor produced some of the most memorable adventures in Norse myth. In one, they travel together to the hall of the giant Utgarda Loki, where they are challenged to a series of contests. Thor tries to lift a cat, which is in fact Jörmungandr in disguise, and can lift only one paw. He tries to drink from a horn, but the other end is in the sea, and he lowers the ocean level by only a few inches. He wrestles an old woman, who turns out to be old age itself, and of course loses. Each trial is revealed to be an illusion designed to show that even the gods have limits. It is a rare moment where Thor's direct approach fails utterly, and Loki's own contests, eating against wildfire, racing against thought, end the same way. The tale is a reminder that there are powers beyond even the strongest and cleverest of the gods. Thor and Loki's contrasting qualities, strength and cunning, bluntness and guile, make them a compelling pair. In the oral tradition, these adventures would have been rich material for storytellers, balancing suspense with laughter, heroics with absurdity. The audience would have known that Thor would eventually win, but they might have wondered how many blunders or mishaps would occur along the way, and whether Loki's help would prove worth the trouble he caused. Historically, Thor's cult was widespread among the Norse, particularly in rural areas. Amulets of Mjolnir have been found across Scandinavia and in Viking settlements abroad, often deliberately shaped to resemble Christian crosses in reverse, a quiet statement of resistance to the new religion. Loki, by contrast, leaves little archaeological trace as an object of worship. He was a figure of story rather than of devotion, a reminder of the dangers and opportunities of wit. Together they embody two sides of survival in a harsh world: the strength to meet threats head-on, and the cunning to find another path when force is not enough. In the end, both Thor and Loki are essential to the tapestry of Norse myth. Thor defends the world with his hammer, holding back the chaos of the giants until the day he and Jörmungandr destroy each other. Loki dances along the edge of loyalty and betrayal, his tricks saving the gods as often as they imperil them, until his final treachery seals his fate. Their adventures are not simply diversions. They are lessons in courage, in the limits of power, and in the unpredictable nature of the world. And in these lessons, as in all Norse stories, there is the quiet knowledge that no matter how strong the arm or how sharp the mind, the end will come. But until then, there are giants to fight, wagers to win, and the occasional stolen hammer to retrieve. And in that, the gods find their purpose. In the Norse cosmos, the gods are not alone. Their worlds are crowded with other beings, some allies, some enemies, and some so unpredictable it is hard to say which they will be from one day to the next. These creatures, whether towering giants, masterful dwarves, or elusive elves, are woven into the myths not as background decoration, but as central figures. Without them, the stories would lose much of their danger, their magic, and their wonder. And perhaps more importantly, without them, the gods themselves would have no one to measure their strength against, no one to bargain with, and no one to outwit. The giants, or Jötnar, are among the oldest beings in existence. Their ancestor, Ymir, was there before the gods themselves, and from his body the very world was made. That alone gives them a certain claim to seniority, a fact they are unlikely to let the gods forget. Giants are often painted as enemies in the myths, but they are not all alike. Some are brutish and destructive, eager to see Asgard's walls fall. Others are wise, keepers of ancient knowledge the gods themselves seek out. They are bound to the forces of nature in a way the gods are not just the cold and the storms, but also the deeper, older currents of creation and destruction. The relationship between gods and giants is complicated. On one hand, there are endless battles. Thor riding out with Mjolnir to crack a giant's skull is practically a recurring seasonal event. On the other, the gods and giants intermarry, form alliances, and even bear children together. Loki himself is the son of a giant, and many of the gods have giant blood in their veins. This blurs the line between the two races, making their rivalry feel more like an eternal family feud than a simple struggle between good and evil. Some of the giant's wisdom is highly sought after. The giantess Gunnlod guards the mead of poetry. The giant Vafthrudnir holds deep knowledge of the origins of the world and its end, so much so that Odin himself challenges him in a contest of riddles. And then there is Mimir, a being of giant descent, whose well holds the waters of profound wisdom, a treasure Odin was willing to give an eye for. These moments show that the giant's role in the myths is not simply to be defeated. Often they are the ones holding the key to the next part of the god's journey. If the giants represent the raw and untamed forces of the world, the dwarves are the masters of craft and creation. They live deep underground in Svartalfheim or Nidavellir, far from the light of the sun, which in some stories can turn them to stone. The dwarves are the smiths of the gods, the creators of their most treasured possessions. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, came from their forges. So did Gungnir, Odin's spear that never misses, and Draupnir, the golden ring that produces 8 new rings every 9 nights. Freyr's ship, Skidbladnir, which can be folded up and carried in a pocket, is another of their works. The myths often portray the dwarves as irritable, proud, and fiercely competitive. One famous tale tells how Loki, in a moment of mischief, cut off the golden hair of the goddess Sif, Thor's wife. Thor was understandably furious and threatened to break every bone in Loki's body. To save himself, Loki promised to have the dwarves make Sif new hair, finer than before, spun of real gold. He went to 2 dwarf brothers, who made the hair along with 2 other gifts, Gungnir and Skidbladnir. Not content, Loki then wagered his head with another pair of dwarves, Brokkr and Sindri, that they could not make gifts to match. The brothers forged Mjolnir, Draupnir, and a golden boar named Gullinbursti. Though the hammer's handle came out shorter than planned, the gods judged the dwarves' work the best of all. Loki, not wanting to lose his head, argued that the bet was for his head but not his neck. The dwarves, frustrated, settled for sewing his mouth shut. It is a rare but satisfying moment when Loki's silver tongue was quite literally silenced. The dwarves' role in the myths reflects the high-value Norse culture placed on skilled craftsmanship. In the Viking Age, a well-made sword or piece of jewellery was not just a tool or ornament, but a sign of status, a link to both wealth and survival. By placing the origins of such treasures in the hands of supernatural artisans, the myths honoured the importance of skill while also explaining how certain objects could possess extraordinary powers. Alongside giants and dwarves, the Norse world includes the elves. In the surviving myths, the light elves of Alfheim are described as fairer than the sun to look upon, beings of beauty and perhaps of inspiration. They are linked to fertility, growth, and the natural world. The gods sometimes reward mortals with a place among them, as in the case of the hero whose loyalty to Freya earns him entry to Alfheim. The dark elves, if they are distinct from dwarves at all, are more shadowy, perhaps more dangerous, though the sources are not clear. Later, Scandinavian folklore blends elves into the fairies of European tradition, but in the Viking Age they seem to have been spirits of nature and ancestral power. Then there are the monstrous creatures, some of which loom so large in the myths that they are almost worlds unto themselves. The Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, is so vast that it encircles the world, biting its own tail. It is prophesied to rise at Ragnarok and battle Thor, with each killing the other. Fenrir, the great wolf, is another of these inevitable foes. Chained by the gods after tricking him into testing a magical fetter, Fenrir waits for the day he will break free and kill Odin. Hel, the goddess of the realm of the dead, is their sibling, ruling over those who did not die in battle. All three are the children of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, and their presence in the myths is a reminder that family ties among the gods are rarely tidy or uncomplicated. There are other creatures too. Ratatoskr, the gossiping squirrel who runs messages of insult between the eagle at Yggdrasil's top and Nidhogger below. The goats Tangrisnir and Tangenjoster, who pull Thor's chariot and can be eaten and revived the next day so long as their bones are left whole. Hugin and Munin, Odin's ravens, who fly across the world each day bringing him news. Each of these adds a layer of character to the Norse cosmos. Some humorous, some ominous, all vivid. Historically, these beings reflect different aspects of the Viking worldview. The giants embody the dangers of the natural world, storms at sea, harsh winters, and the unpredictable hazards of travel. The dwarves reflect the value placed on skill, resourcefulness, and the treasures of the earth. The elves capture the mystery of the unseen, the forces of growth and inspiration. The monstrous offspring of Loki embody the inevitability of chaos and destruction, forces that cannot be reasoned with or avoided forever. The gods' dealings with these beings are rarely straightforward. A giant may be an enemy in one tale, and a source of help in another. Dwarves might be persuaded to craft wonders, but they will not do it cheaply or without some twist. Elves appear rarely, but when they do, their presence often signals a blessing or a change in fortune. Even the great monsters are not simply obstacles. They are woven into the fabric of fate, their roles fixed in the final act of Ragnarok. In the end, the Norse cosmos is a crowded place. The gods stand at its centre in the myths we tell, but they are surrounded by other powers, some older, some stranger. some just as dangerous. To ignore them would be to misunderstand the world entirely. For the Vikings, life was not a matter of gods above and mortals below. It was a web of relationships, rivalries, and exchanges, with every being from the highest god to the smallest squirrel playing a part in the balance of things. The giants, dwarves, and other creatures were not just supporting characters. They were essential threads in the pattern, without which the tapestry would unravel. In Norse myth, love and death are not opposites. They are intertwined threads, each shaping the other. The same gods who preside over marriage and fertility also decide who falls in battle, who is taken to feast in bright halls, and who is left to wander the dim paths of the dead. For the Norse, love was not the polite courtly romance sung of in later medieval poetry. It was fierce, bound up with desire, loyalty, and sometimes betrayal. And death was not an abstract inevitability. It was a constant presence, a familiar neighbour whose door you might be called to knock upon without warning. Together, they formed a vision of the world in which joy and loss, passion and parting were inseparable. No figure embodies this balance more than Freya, the Vanir goddess of love, beauty and fertility, but also of war, magic and death. Her name means lady, but that simple title hides a complexity as deep as any in the myths. She is famed for her beauty and her lovers, yet she is also a warrior who rides into battle to claim the slain. Half of those who die in combat go to Odin's Valhalla, the other half to Freya's hall, Folkvanger. In this, she is not merely a goddess of attraction, but a chooser of the dead, standing shoulder to shoulder with the most warlike deities. Freya's possessions tell their own stories. She owns Brisingamen, a necklace of incomparable beauty, said to have been crafted by 4 dwarves. The tale of how she acquired it varies. In some versions, she spends a night with each dwarf to gain it, a detail the storytellers of the Viking Age likely delivered with a knowing look and no apology. Brisingamen is more than jewellery. It is a symbol of wealth, desire, and the lengths one might go to claim what is most precious. Freya is also the greatest practitioner of Seder, the magic of shaping fate and seeing into the future. She teaches it to Odin, which is telling. The All-Father himself learned his most dangerous magic from her. This power connects her to both love and death, for in Norse thought, fate binds them together. The one who can see the threads can guide them, but only to a point. Even Freya cannot break what the Norns have set. Love in Norse myth is rarely gentle. It is often bound up with struggle, distance, and the crossing of dangerous boundaries. The story of Freya and Gerda is a rare tale of courtship that ends in happiness, but even here the path is steep. Freya, Freya's brother, and a god of fertility and peace, sees Gerda, a giantess, from afar, and falls in love at once. He sends his servant Skirnir to woo her. Skirnir offers rich gifts, but when she refuses, he turns to threats, promising to curse her with eternal loneliness if she does not agree. Gerda eventually accepts, and the two wed, uniting the Vanir god with a daughter of the giants. The tale reflects the Norse belief that unions often come through negotiation, and sometimes through force. Not an ideal by modern standards, but a reflection of the harsh world that shaped these stories. Death, too, comes in many forms in the Norse cosmos. Those who die in battle may find themselves in Odin's Valhalla or Freya's Folkvanger, where they feast and train for the final battle of Ragnarok. Those who die of sickness or old age travel to Hel, the realm ruled by the goddess of the same name. Hel is the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, and like her siblings Fenrir and Jörmungandr, she was cast out by the gods. Her appearance is striking. Half her body is that of a living woman, the other half a corpse. In her hall there is no endless feast, but neither is there constant torment. It is a place of shadows and stillness, where the dead dwell until the end. The journey to the afterlife is not the same for all. The sea has its own dead, claimed by the goddess Ran, who draws drowned sailors into her net and keeps them in her hall beneath the waves. In some tellings, those who die far from home wander as restless spirits. Grave goods found in Viking burials, weapons, tools, even boats, speak to a belief that the dead still had places to travel, roles to play, and perhaps battles to fight beyond the grave. The Norse afterlife is not a moral sorting of the good from the bad. A cruel warrior might end up in Valhalla, while a kindly farmer could go to hell simply because he died in his bed. This reflects a value system built not on obedience or piety, but on honour, bravery, and the manner of one's death. To die with a sword in hand was to meet the end in the proper way, and the gods themselves lived under the same code. Yet love and loyalty could sometimes move even the stern rules of fate. The most famous example is the death of Balder, the shining son of Odin and Frigg. Balder was loved by all, and when he dreamed of his own death, his mother sought oaths from everything in the world not to harm him. She overlooked the mistletoe, thinking it too small to matter. Loki fashioned a dart from it, and tricked the blind god Herder into throwing it. Balder was killed, and the gods were overcome with grief. Frigg sent Hermod to plead with Hel to release him. Hel agreed, but only if every being in the world would weep for Balder. All did, except for a giantess in disguise. Loki, again. And so Balder remained in the realm of the dead until the new world after Ragnarok. This tale shows the Norse sense of inevitability. Even love as pure as that for Baldur could not overturn fate. It also shows the ever-present role of Loki as the disturber of peace, ensuring that no story, however tragic, could end without a twist. There are hints in the myths of the rituals surrounding love and death. Marriages were often political as well as personal, uniting families or tribes. Oaths made at weddings were binding, and breaking them could lead to blood feuds. Funerals could be elaborate, with ships burned or buried, the dead sent off with goods and animals to serve them in the next life. The sagas describe women singing dirges, warriors drinking in honour of the fallen, and sometimes human sacrifices to accompany great leaders into the beyond. These practices remind us that the myths did not exist in isolation. They were shaped by the same values and customs that governed life and death in the Viking Age. The Norse also imagined moments when love and death came together in ways both beautiful and terrible. The Valkyries, Odin's choosers of the slain, ride over battlefields, selecting warriors to bring to Valhalla. In some poems, they appear almost as lovers to the men they choose, guiding them from the chaos of combat into the glory of the afterlife. Yet their love is not for the man himself, but for the role he will play in Odin's army. It is a love bound up in destiny, not free from it. Even in Ragnarok, the final doom, love and death meet in strange ways. Freyr, who gave away his sword for the sake of love when he wooed Gerda, will face the fire giant Surtur unarmed and fall. Odin will face Fenrir, knowing he will die, yet he will not turn away. Thor will kill Jormungandr, but take only 9 steps before collapsing, poisoned. These are not happy endings, but they are endings shaped by choice, by the loves and loyalties each god has carried through the ages. In the Norse view, to love was to bind yourself to another, knowing that death would come for one or both of you sooner or later. To die was to leave behind those bonds, or in some cases to keep them, carrying them into the next world. This gave both love and death a certain sharpness, a weight that made them inseparable in story and in life. Perhaps that is why the myths do not shy away from mixing the two. A wedding might be the cause of a feud that ends in bloodshed. A battle might lead to a meeting between a warrior and the Valkyrie who will bear him away. A necklace might be won through desire, but cost its wearer dearly in the end. In the Norse world, joy was not pure, grief was not without meaning, and every embrace carried the shadow of parting. And so, in the stories told in smoky halls on long winter nights, love and death walk side by side. They are not enemies. They are the twin truths of life in a harsh land, each giving the other its shape. Without love, death would be only emptiness. Without death, love would be only passing pleasure. Together, they make a world worth fighting for, even if, as the gods know all too well, it is a world that will one day fall. Ragnarök is not merely the end of the world in Norse mythology. It is the closing chapter in a story that began with the yawning void of Ginnungagap. It is the unravelling of the great tapestry the Norns have been weaving since the dawn of time, when fire and ice met and the first gods and giants emerged. For the Vikings, it was never a question of if the end would come, only when. The skalds who recited the story would make it clear. This is not about avoiding fate, but about meeting it in the only way worthy of a warrior's people. Head on, without flinching, and preferably looking rather impressive in the process. The first warning is the death of Balder, the shining god of beauty and light. Balder's death is not just the loss of one god, it is the fracture of divine harmony. His passing marks the beginning of the god's decline, much like the first crack in a fine shield that will, in time, splinter apart entirely. The myths tell us that after Balder is laid in his ship for his funeral, Frigg and Odin already know that the wheel has begun to turn toward Ragnarök. But there is still time, and the gods continue as before, though the shadow of doom now lies across the horizon. The next sign is Fimbulwinter, the great winter that lasts for 3 years without summer's return. It is no ordinary season of cold. Snow comes from all directions, blizzards rage, and the sun gives no warmth. The rivers freeze deep, the seas lock with ice, and the wind is sharp enough to strip skin from bone. In this endless frost, human society collapses. Brothers fight brothers, fathers turn on sons, and every oath is broken. The sagas do not paint a romantic picture of humanity's last days. Instead, they describe a grim reality the Norse would have understood all too well, that in the face of true scarcity, honour often dies before the body. Other omens follow. In hell, the underworld, a crimson rooster crows, waking the dead to march in the armies of doom. In Jotunheim, a second rooster calls the giants to war. And in Asgard, the golden rooster Gullinkambi sings to the gods, warning them of what is to come. Meanwhile, the wolves Skuld and Hati, who have chased the sun and moon since the dawn of time, finally catch their prey. The world is plunged into darkness. The stars vanish from the sky, devoured by the monsters of the long night. Somewhere in the deep oceans, Jomungandr, the Midgard serpent, stirs and begins to lash its coils, sending waves crashing over coastlines and shaking the very roots of the earth. This is also the time when old bonds break. Loki, who was once Odin's blood brother and the trickster of Asgard, slips free from his punishment beneath the earth. The serpent's venom no longer drips onto his face, and he rises with a hatred sharpened by long years in chains. The great wolf Fenrir, bound in the magical fetter Gleipnir, also bursts free, his jaws stretching so wide that his lower jaw touches the earth, and his upper jaw brushes the sky. His eyes burn with fire, his breath is a hot, reeking wind. The ship Naglfar, built from the fingernails and toenails of the dead, is freed from the ice, its sails black, its crew a grim host of giants and corpses. At its helm stands the giant Hrym, guiding it towards Vigrid, the field where the last battle will be fought. The Gjallarhorn sounds, blown by Heimdall, and its note carries through all the 9 realms. The gods know it is time. They gather their armour, their weapons, and their courage. Odin mounts Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed, and leads the Aesir to Vigrid. He wears a golden helmet and a coat of mail, and in his hand is Gungnir, the spear that never misses. Beside him rides Thor, Mjolnir in his grip, his beard bristling like a storm cloud. Freyr stands ready, though he lacks the sword he once gave away to win the hand of the giantess Gerda. Tyr, the one-handed god of law and war, grips his sword in his remaining hand. And behind them march the Einherjar, the chosen warriors of Valhalla, thousands of battle-hardened souls brought from death to fight once more at the side of their gods. The enemy is no less terrible. Loki stands at the forefront of the giant host, his smile as sharp as a blade. Fenrir bounds beside him, each step shaking the ground. Jomungandr slides forward, its massive body blotting out the horizon, its breath a miasma of death. From the south comes Surt, the fire giant of Muspelheim, with his blazing sword shining brighter than the sun. Every step he takes sets the earth alight. His fire will consume everything, even the bones of the world itself. The battle begins in a chaos of sound and fury. Odin charges Fenrir, his spear flashing. The two circle and strike, each blow echoing like thunder. But Fenrir cannot be stopped. He seizes Odin in his jaws and swallows him whole. A cry goes up from the gods, but it is Vidar, Odin's silent son, who avenges him. Vidar steps into the wolf's mouth, 1 foot in the lower jaw, and with the strength of all the earth's forests in his leg, he tears Fenrir's jaws apart. The beast falls dead, but the cost has already been paid. Thor meets Jomungandr in a clash that shakes the sky. He smashes the serpent's skull with Mjolnir, breaking its body into the waves, but the creature's venom has already filled his lungs. He takes only 9 steps before he falls, lifeless, into the mud. Freyr faces Surtur in single combat, but without his sword, he is no match for the fire giant. He falls in flame, and Surtur sweeps his burning blade across the field, setting all alight. Heimdall and Loki find each other in the chaos, and fight with such ferocity that neither walks away. When the fighting ends, the plain of Vigrid is strewn with the bodies of gods, giants, men, and monsters. The sky is black with smoke, the air choked with ash. Surt raises his sword one last time and sweeps it across the world. Fire engulfs the 9 realms. The seas boil and rise, swallowing the coasts and carrying away the ruins of cities and halls. Mountains crack and crumble. Forests turn to cinder. Even Yggdrasil shudders, though it does not fall. For the Norse, this was not an ending to fear, but an ending to accept. The gods never had illusions about escaping fate. They prepared for it, they fought to the last, and they met it without bowing. To a Viking audience, this was the highest honour. It was not about surviving forever, but about dying well, leaving a mark in the great saga of the world. Yet Ragnarök is not the end of all things. When the fires die and the waters recede, the earth rises again, fresh and green. A new sun, daughter of the one devoured, climbs into the sky. Balder returns from hell, forgiven and radiant. Hörder, who once killed him, is welcomed into the new age. Thor's sons Magni and Modi inherit Mjolnir. From the shelter of Yggdrasil emerge two humans, Leif and Lifthrasir, who survived the flames and the floods by hiding in the World Tree's embrace. They drink the morning dew and set about repopulating the earth. The new world is not a paradise. It will still know strife, storms and shadows. But it will also know beauty, and life will begin again. In this way, Ragnarök mirrors the cycles of nature in the north. The death of winter, the rebirth of spring, the knowledge that no frost lasts forever, and no summer endures without change. Some believe the myth of Ragnarök may have been shaped by real disasters. Volcanic eruptions, which would have darkened the skies and caused summers to fail. Massive storms and floods that could have swallowed coastlines. Even memories of the migration age, when whole peoples were uprooted and forced into new lands. Others see it as part of a wider Indo-European pattern, for stories of cosmic battles and world-ending fires appear in many ancient cultures. But for the Norse, it is more than just myth. It is a mirror to life itself. All must end, even the gods, and it is not the ending that defines you, but how you meet it. There is a grim humour in this, the same that might prompt a Viking to carve a dragon's head on the prow of his ship before sailing into a storm. You may be swallowed whole tomorrow, but today you look magnificent. And so the skalds told and retold the tale of Ragnarök in smoky halls, with the firelight catching on shields and spears. The listeners would nod, not in fear, but in recognition. This was their truth. That courage is not the absence of doom, but the will to face it. And that in the ashes, something green will grow again. Ragnarök was not the final page, but the turning of it, the close of one world and the start of another. And the wheel will turn again, as it always has, as it always will. The Norse myths don't end simply because the sagas say they do. Ragnarök may bring the world crashing down in flame and flood, but stories are stubborn things. They slip through endings, reshape themselves, and linger like echoes in a long fjord. And so, the tales of Odin, Thor, Freyr, and Loki have never truly gone. They've been told and retold for more than 1,000 years, and they still find new ways to reach us. In poems, in place names, in pop culture, and in the quiet knowledge that somewhere, once upon a time, people looked up at the same stars and believed those gods were watching. In the Viking Age, roughly between the late 8th and early 11th centuries, these myths were more than pleasant stories for winter nights. They were religion, social glue, and an explanation for the world's unpredictable ways. A fisherman in a narrow fjord might pray to Njord for a safe catch. A farmer staring at a grey sky and wondering if the frost would kill his crops might make an offering to Freyr. A warrior going to sea might trust Thor to guide his ship through storms. Even the trickster Loki had his uses. After all, in a dangerous and unpredictable world, cunning could be as valuable as brute strength. The gods were not distant abstractions. They were woven into the daily life of the people, present in the land, the sea and the sky. We can still see that belief written in stone. Across Scandinavia and the lands where Vikings settled stand the runestones, carved memorials raised for the dead or to mark important deeds. Some bear symbols like Thor's hammer, a public sign of faith and defiance during the slow spread of Christianity. Others show carved scenes. Odin riding his 8-legged horse Sleipnir, Valkyries bearing fallen warriors to Valhalla, or Thor wrestling with the mighty Midgard serpent. These images were not decoration for its own sake. They were a visible link between the living and the divine. The change from pagan belief to Christianity was neither sudden nor without tension. By the late Viking Age, Christian missionaries were travelling through Scandinavia, sometimes welcomed, sometimes treated with suspicion, and occasionally chased out entirely. Some kings converted for political advantage. Aligning with Christian Europe opened the door to trade and alliances, while others clung to the old ways for as long as they could. For a time, the two beliefs existed side by side. Archaeologists have found graves where the deceased wears both a cross and a Thor's hammer pendant, as though one might need both sets of divine protection in the afterlife. Old law codes reveal the compromises and contradictions of this period, when the old gods were no longer officially worshipped, yet their memory was far from erased. Ironically, we owe much of our surviving knowledge of Norse mythology to Christian scribes. In Iceland, which converted to Christianity around the year 1000, the old oral tradition was eventually written down in the 13th century. The poetic Edda and the prose? Edda, our most important sources, were compiled during this period, most famously by Snorri Sturluson, a Christian chieftain, poet, and historian. Snorri's aim was not to revive pagan religion, but to preserve cultural heritage and to provide a handbook for aspiring poets. Even so, his work preserved an extraordinary wealth of myth, legend, and heroic saga. Some details may have been shaped by Christian values or filtered through his own interpretations, but without him, vast portions of the Norse cosmos might have been lost entirely. The Norse gods left their mark on language itself. In English, Wednesday comes from Woden's Day, Woden being the Anglo-Saxon form of Odin. Thursday is Thor's Day. Friday comes from Frigg or Freya. In the landscapes of Scandinavia and beyond, you can find place names honouring the gods. Odense in Denmark, meaning Odin's sanctuary. Torsby in Sweden, meaning Thor's village. And countless hills, meadows, and lakes named for deities and mythic beings. The gods were tied to the land in a way that made them seem permanent, even when belief in them faded. By the 19th century, Norse mythology enjoyed a powerful revival thanks to the Romantic movement. Artists, writers, and musicians across Europe rediscovered the sagas and celebrated their raw, elemental beauty. Painters like Morten Eskil Ving depicted Thor with muscles, lightning, and a glare that could send a frost giant packing. Poets reimagined the myths with grand language and tragic pathos. In Germany, Richard Wagner's operas wove Norse and Germanic myths into sweeping musical dramas, though with plenty of artistic liberties. The 20th century carried the gods into entirely new worlds. J.R.R. Tolkien, a scholar of Old Norse, borrowed heavily from the Eddas when creating Middle-earth. Gandalf, wandering in his grey robes, recalls Odin in disguise. The names of Tolkien's dwarves come directly from the Völuspá. The concept of a final, all-consuming battle owes something to Ragnarok. Later, fantasy authors, role-playing games, and even comic books would follow the same path, taking the myths apart and reassembling them in unexpected ways. Today, the Norse gods are global celebrities. Marvel's Thor and Loki are far removed from their ancient counterparts, yet they keep the names alive for millions. Video games like God of War reimagine the Nine Realms with lavish detail, blending myth and invention into an interactive saga. Television series like Vikings weave historical drama with moments of old belief, bringing figures like Ragnar Lothbrok into homes far from the shores of the north. The enduring appeal of these myths lies partly in the gods' flaws. Odin seeks wisdom at all costs, yet cannot avoid his fate. Thor is brave and strong, but not always subtle in thought. Freya is generous, but has her moments of fierce pride. Loki is clever, yet dangerous, a source of both help and harm. They are powerful, but they are also recognisably human in their emotions and mistakes. In them, the Vikings saw magnified versions of themselves, beings who could win great victories, yet still be undone by their own choices. The themes the myths carry are timeless. Fate is inescapable. Order and chaos are in constant struggle. Endings lead to beginnings. Ragnarok is not the end, but a turning of the wheel, after which the world begins anew. In the harsh realities of the Viking Age, this view of life and death made sense. Crops could fail, ships could sink, loved ones could be lost. But the cycle would turn, and life would go on. In the modern Nordic countries, Norse mythology remains part of the cultural landscape. Iceland officially recognises Asatru, a revival of the old faith, whose followers honour the gods through seasonal rites. For some, it is a living religion. For others, it is a cultural connection, with Odin as a symbol of wisdom, Thor of protection, Freya of love and beauty, and Loki of change. In schools, children learn about the old myths alongside history and literature. Museums display artifacts, from intricately worked jewellery to ships that once carried Vikings across the seas. The reach of Norse myth extends well beyond its birthplace. Scandinavian immigrants to North America brought the stories with them, and towns in the American Midwest bear names like Odin, Thor, and Valhalla. Folklore in parts of Britain still holds traces of the old gods. Musicians, from classical composers to heavy metal bands, have drawn inspiration from the Eddas. Even NASA has paid tribute, naming moons, asteroids and spacecraft after figures like Sleipnir and Mjolnir. What makes these myths so resilient is their adaptability. The same tale can be told around a Viking hearth, in the soaring notes of an opera, or in the pixelated landscapes of a video game. The gods themselves were shapeshifters, and their stories shift in much the same way, reshaping to fit each new audience. One can imagine the old skalds, the poets and storytellers of the Viking Age, listening in on our modern retellings. They might be puzzled to see Thor wielding a hammer that behaves like a guided missile, or Loki becoming a sort of charming anti-hero. But they would recognise the core of the stories. They would understand that tales evolve, and that keeping them alive sometimes means letting them change. The Norse myths are not relics locked away in the past. They are threads woven into language, culture, and imagination. They speak to anyone who has faced uncertainty, fought against the odds, or wondered about the pattern of fate. They remind us that even when the end is foretold, what matters is how we meet it, with courage, cunning, or perhaps just the stubborn refusal to give in. And as long as the stories are told, the gods will remain, not in Asgard, not in some unreachable heaven, but here, in the minds of those who still find meaning in their tales. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you, Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery and the air smells faintly of ambrosia, and perhaps, on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece, its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain, the highest in Greece actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe, and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really. If celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting. For it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wines so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus, in myth, was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp, and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base, but don't expect a neatly catalogued palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates, but they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambiance. And what's a good ambiance without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe. Ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life, apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties, however. Each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all, and if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, they laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus. Not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause. The only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountaintop. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or a cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honour them, yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer. But they also told stories, myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheatres, stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge, stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theatre stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did, the poets especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt, but always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today, the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions, the Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky, and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pool like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear, faintly, the sound of laughter carried on the breeze, a harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now, with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveller, you're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady, like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order, and, incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did, seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a sceptre in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance, most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he, rather embarrassingly, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete, raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order, until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This, then, was how Zeus became king. Not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and, it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was, in many ways, the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye, and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women, and quite a few goddesses, form a veritable catalogue of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her, in his own way, but that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once, she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time, he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure. But always they reconciled, or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time, after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host. And he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, a colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias, and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth, he was a cultural cornerstone. And yet, there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire for mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them, necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere, high above, Zeus watched it all. Now it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt, but I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below, a poet whispered his name. Tonight, the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world, for the moment, is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low, the fire is quiet, and tonight we turn our attention to Hera, Queen of the Gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And, on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in Thessaly. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning, at her birth, long before Olympus was even built. Hera was born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings Hestia, Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that, she quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife, she was the queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus, naturally, pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and, in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world, it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance, measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift, ever so graciously, and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone. Not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense, but Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece, particularly the great Heraion near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and Hera representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship Hera was not to adore gentleness. It was to honour strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognise that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labour. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic, seated on a throne, a sceptre in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or a pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals, beyond the peacock, include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno, and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her. Perhaps a new list of grievances, or a wedding invitation, or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk, but Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made, a child is born, a vow is kept, and the Queen of the Heavens for once is at peace. Sleep now, traveller. You rest beneath her watchful eyes, and she never forgets. The sea, even now, holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep, breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and on occasion rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and, quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery. And Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves, pulled by hippocamps, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall, he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness, swallowed, like the rest of his siblings, by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker, and so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honour. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring, though awkwardly it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful inland. Athena meanwhile offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was, by Olympian standards, a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus, and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson? Never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories, and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seagoers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just sea horses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honoured properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temples stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea, or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires, carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its gods so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace, made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain, silent but not still, never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass. Or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential. A god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing. And far beneath, Poseidon rests, not sleeping but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. Nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the underworld, and at its quiet centre sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky. Others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon, the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the Phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. The dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the Asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime, and a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel, he is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be, is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that, and yet despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules patiently and perpetually over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight, with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her, down, down, beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so, at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades? He did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Ploton, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods, in the hush after a final breath. Sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals, the smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, his name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation. And Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a scepter, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out, on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted. Feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him always in mind. Not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names. Because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the God below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. He sits in silence, because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you, not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. But divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day, Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts, and reason, arrived not as a child but as an idea made flesh. Poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct. Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity, their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today, its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. It remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ares' bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favour. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but, in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider, to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honour, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream. She did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness, and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiselling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from deep solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield, that was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon, sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta honoured her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honour. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope: Athena Parthenos, the maiden; Athena Polias, of the city; Athena Promachos, she who fights in front; Athena Ergane, the industrious; Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery; expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note, impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now, seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside, the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below. Quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze. And tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth. Twins, born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so, on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first, and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild, forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the centre, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity, truth spoken through the lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment, they were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down, only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis too had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honoured her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labour, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliffside paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals and stars, and yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Broron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honour, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles: reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed, and always, always they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insult, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one, they struck down Niobe's children. He the sons, she the daughters. Only one child, in some versions, was spared. Niobe fled, weeping, and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms, like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games, held every 4 years in his honour. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Broron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans, too, honoured them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal: balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She is both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh, a deer steps softly through mist, and between them, the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross, light and dark, brother and sister. Sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit two gods so different in nature they rarely share a page, yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war, and the god of the forge. Together they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece. One all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming: Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by two mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war, corked like pickled olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honoured, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls, and oh, how he falls, madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made! She, radiant and sly; he, straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now, that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smouldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you, equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea, where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield, so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman, fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention, and not just of swords and armour, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic, but symbolic. She brought wisdom. He brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet, for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but labouring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret. Because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, they argued in the agora and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family, and one imagines the dinners on Olympus were, well, complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs. Apollo plucks a judgmental chord. Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield. And somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with. Force and function. Chaos and craft. Fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length. A necessary force, but not an honoured guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plough, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats, he bends metal, he limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam. Plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Building create, work with your hands, let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge, glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears. Only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world, while far above, a war god sharpens his blade, just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals. And together, they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who, in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born again from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women, called maenads, danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine, he is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are, or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment, the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart, quite literally, by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theatres were built in his honour. The city Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike. a sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theatre, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings. Or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries, and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts? Stealing Apollo's cattle, and not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backward and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes, fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopompos, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting. A quiet presence at the moment of death, neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed. To the ancients, he was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travellers left offerings to him in the form of Hermes, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade, negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans, reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so, when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom, about feeling, for one night, that the world could bend, and maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveller stepped onto a road, uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged. On his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are wanderers. Some dance in the dark. Some laugh at locked doors and step through them anyway. And that, for the Greeks, was a comfort. That even in uncertainty, even in death or madness or stolen cattle, there were gods who understood. Gods who would walk with you, laugh with you, guide you. So now as you breathe more slowly, and your thoughts soften like dusk on the Aegean, imagine them. Dionysus in a clearing, music playing softly, surrounded by flickering torches and dancers, who have no need for names. Hermes on the road just ahead, a knowing look on his face, a coin in his pocket, ready to walk with you to the next chapter, wherever that may be. The vines settle, the wind quiets, the road becomes still, and two divine mischief makers quietly fade into dreams. The hearth, the grave, and the quiet gods at the centre of the world. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. We've wandered with warriors, dined with tricksters, stood beneath thunderclouds, and danced through vineyards. But now, in this final chapter, we come to a still place, a place of rest and of presence. Not absence, but the kind of quiet you find when you've arrived home and closed the door behind you. Tonight, we visit the two most overlooked gods in the Olympian family, Hestia and Hades. They don't seek the spotlight. They don't meddle, chase mortals, or fling weapons across the sky. In fact, they rarely leave their posts at all. One keeps the fire burning in every home. The other keeps watch over every soul. They are constancy and return, beginning and end. And despite the myth's focus on louder, flashier figures, without them, the whole divine order would simply fall apart. Let's begin with Hestia. She is the eldest of the Olympians, the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and the first to be swallowed whole by her father. Charming family, the Titans. You may remember, Cronus, paranoid about being overthrown, decided the best course of action was to eat his children. Hestia, being the eldest, went in first. When Zeus eventually forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings with the help of a rather aggressive herbal tonic, Hestia was the last to emerge, and so she was both the firstborn and the last released, making her, quite poetically, the Alpha and the Omega of the Olympian order. Yet for all that drama, Hestia is perhaps the least dramatic deity of them all. She doesn't rage, she doesn't seduce or scheme, she doesn't even go on adventures. Instead, she simply remains. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, the sacred fire at the centre of every Greek home, temple, and city. The hearth wasn't just a place to warm your hands or boil lentils. It was the spiritual anchor of life. Families gathered around it. Offerings were made at it. Prayers began and ended in its flickering glow. In every Greek household, Hestia's flame was a quiet promise that no matter how turbulent the world outside became, there was a place, even a small one, of warmth, safety, and belonging. She never married. She was courted, yes. Both Poseidon and Apollo tried their luck. but she politely declined, took a vow of eternal virginity, and went on quietly tending the fire. When the 12 thrones of Olympus were distributed, she stepped aside to let Dionysus, the youngest, have a place. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't sulk. She simply chose the centre over the summit. And in that centre, she became the most constant presence in all Greek life. In cities like Athens, a sacred flame to Hestia burned in the Prytaneum. The public hearth kept ever alight. When a colony was founded, fire was taken from that hearth and carried across the sea so that the new settlement could begin with Hestia's blessing. In this way, she linked the old world and the new, one glowing ember at a time. She had no grand temples, because every home was her temple. She had no epic poetry, because her story was not one of conquest or calamity. She simply was. She made every rite, every offering, and every home possible. Even at the start of any public or private sacrifice, the Greeks invoked Hestia first. Before the meat hit the altar, before the libation was poured, there was Hestia. At the end, as the last drop of wine spilled and the smoke rose skyward, there she was again. To us that might seem modest, but to the Greeks it was reverence of the highest sort. If Athena was the mind of the city and Artemis its wild edge, Hestia was its heart, quietly beating, never drawing attention, but always there. Now shift with me from the hearth to the depths of the earth, to another god who rarely spoke, but who ruled over far more than most realized. Hades, lord of the underworld. He, too, was a child of Cronus and Rhea, and he too was swallowed and later rescued by Zeus. When the war against the Titans was won, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, cast lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Now let's be clear, he wasn't cast down. He didn't lose. He simply got the job no one else wanted, quietly, responsibly, and without complaint. And for that reason, he was misunderstood. In later ages, especially in Roman and Christian-influenced retellings, Hades was twisted into a demonic figure. But to the Greeks, he wasn't evil. He was inevitable. His realm wasn't hell. It was simply after, the natural destination of every mortal life. To them, Hades was a somber, dignified ruler. Strict, yes, but not cruel. In fact, he's one of the few gods who is never shown cheating on his wife or interfering in mortal affairs just for fun. His name means the unseen one, and his helmet, the famous helm of darkness, allowed him to move invisibly, even among gods. A fitting symbol for a god whose work was constant but invisible. He ruled with fairness and order. He kept the shades of the dead from wandering, and ensured that each soul received its due, whether in the sunless meadows of Asphodel, the blissful fields of Elysium, or the shadowy depths of Tartarus for the truly wicked. He was feared, yes, but fear can be respectful. In fact, people avoided speaking his name altogether. Euphemisms like Pluton, meaning wealth giver, became common. After all treasures of the earth came from below. Gold, silver, crops, stability. Hades, in this guise, wasn't the god of doom, but of hidden riches. And then there's Persephone, the queen of the underworld, his equal in title and power. The myth is well known. Hades falls for Persephone and carries her off to his realm. Her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, grieves, and the earth withers. Eventually, a deal is struck. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. Thus came the seasons. Spring when she returns, winter when she departs. It's easy to cast Persephone as a victim, but in the older mystery cult versions of the tale, she is powerful, chosen, even willing. Queen not just in name but in role, a guide to the dead and a bridge between life and the afterlife. And Hades, he remains faithful. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, he has no wandering eye, no scandal. His love, while strange in form, is singular. This subtle stability was recognized in cult practice. At Eleusis, the initiates of the mysteries learned sacred secrets of death, of return, of rebirth, and central to it all was Hades, not a tormentor, but a keeper, a god who made sure nothing was lost forever, only transformed. So here, in this final chapter, we find something curious. The Olympian family is filled with movement, war, lust, laughter, rage. But at either end, bookending the myths like candles on a shrine, are two figures who do not chase, who do not flee, who simply hold. Hestia at the centre of the home, Hades at the centre of the earth. One keeps the fire burning, the other welcomes the flame when it fades, and neither boasts, though they touch every moment of life. From the first breath by the cradle to the last sigh at the tombstone, Hestia and Hades are there. In art, they are quiet. Hestia appears veiled, seated, serene, a modest woman holding a flame. Hades, often bearded and reserved, sits beside Persephone, sometimes with a cornucopia, a reminder that what lies beneath nourishes what grows above. And perhaps that's the lesson the Greeks left us. That glory isn't always loud, that power doesn't always parade, that the greatest forces in life are those that simply endure. So now, let the fire burn low, let the earth cradle your thoughts. In one corner of the hearth, a flame flickers, constant, unbothered by wind or time. Far below, in quiet halls of stone, a king walks the corridors of memory, steady and patient. And in between, everything we are. Let Hestia hold your dreams. Let Hades guard your rest. And let sleep take you gently, where the gods who stayed home still keep their watch. Settle in now. Let the day dissolve into dusk. The flickering shadows on your walls are just that, shadows, and that low rumble in the distance, merely the wind, not the stirring of something ancient, certainly not the writhing tail of a creature vast enough to block out the stars. But if you were an ancient Greek, oh, you'd be less certain. Because in their world, beneath the orderly surface of Olympus and polished marble columns, there was always something seething, something beneath, something monstrous. And at the very bottom of that bestiary, lounging like a volcano on its day off, was Typhon. Typhon, or Typhoeus, if you prefer his more dramatic stage name, was no minor menace. He was the apocalypse with scales. The end of everything wrapped in a storm cloud. The Greeks had an unusual habit of imagining their gods and monsters as part of a large, complicated family, one where every holiday gathering would require a sacrificial goat and several emergency escape routes. Typhon, appropriately enough, was born late into the cosmic family drama. His mother was Gaia, the earth itself, who, by the time of his birth, had already grown rather irritated with how Zeus and the Olympians had overthrown her children, the Titans. Gaia was a great mother, yes, but also a terrible mother-in-law. In her fury, she mated with Tartarus, the endless chasm beneath the world. Not exactly a romantic partner, but then, love stories in Greek mythology do often begin in a pit. The result of this liaison was Typhon, a creature so vast, so unspeakably terrifying, that even the Olympians reportedly fled at the sight of him. Now, to describe Typhon properly, one must abandon the usual measurements of biology. The poet Hesiod, a reliable source if ever there was one for intergenerational trauma in divine households, tells us that Typhon was so tall that his head brushed the stars. His arms stretched east and west, and his eyes glowed with fire. From the waist down, things got particularly festive. A mass of writhing, venomous serpents in place of legs, hissing and snapping like a particularly hostile maypole. But wait, there's more. Each of his many mouths spoke in different voices. Sometimes human, sometimes bull, sometimes lion. And at times, the cacophony of it all would erupt into the sound of thunder, the roar of a volcano, or the shriek of a gale-force wind. In short, he was the entire weather forecast in one very bad mood. Now, Zeus, ever the confident patriarch, had already dealt with the Titans. He'd cast Cronus and his kind into Tartarus, and established a shiny new world order atop Mount Olympus, complete with thunderbolts, cloud palaces, and ambrosia brunches. Then Typhon rose. One could imagine the Olympians, halfway through a celebratory feast, looking up to see a sky-darkening silhouette approaching, and realizing that perhaps they'd celebrated a bit prematurely. In most accounts, all the Olympians save Zeus fled in terror, transforming themselves into animals and galloping off into Egypt, where their disguises would later spark local myths. This, dear listener, is why you'll sometimes find Greek gods suspiciously resembling Egyptian ones. A kind of divine witness protection program, really. Zeus, to his credit, did not flee, at least not immediately. He met Typhon in battle. Lightning clashed against storm. The skies tore open, mountains shook. Poets, one imagines, reached for their scrolls. But here's the twist. Typhon won the first round. Yes, the king of the gods himself was overwhelmed. Typhon tore the sinews from Zeus's hands and feet, quite literally de-limbing the ruler of Olympus, and imprisoned him in a cave. There, Zeus was guarded by the she-dragon Delphine, who no doubt thought this arrangement perfectly fair. It was only with the help of Hermes and Pan, yes, Pan, the musical goat man who apparently moonlighted as a rescue operative, that Zeus was freed. And once he had his tendons back, thank you Hermes, he regrouped. The final confrontation occurred on Mount Etna, in Sicily, where Zeus unleashed the full fury of his thunderbolts. Typhon fell at last, buried beneath the mountain, where his writhing fury still causes eruptions and earthquakes to this day. So if you ever visit Sicily and the ground trembles underfoot, don't worry, it's just Typhon rolling over in his sleep. All this fire and fury wasn't just a bit of mythological spectacle. The Greeks weren't merely spinning tales to keep children from misbehaving at bedtime, though one imagines it was extremely effective. Typhon served a deeper purpose. He represented chaos, raw, unrelenting, natural chaos. The Greeks were intimately familiar with earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, and all the unsettling little reminders that nature doesn't particularly care about dinner plans. Where modern minds might think of tectonic plates or volcanic pressure, the ancients imagined Typhon. It was a kind of poetry, and, quite frankly, more fun to envision than sedimentary subduction zones. And Typhon was not alone. He was, as mentioned, the father of monsters. With Echidna, half serpent, half something else entirely, he spawned a gallery of horrors. Let's take a brief inventory, shall we? Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the underworld. The Chimera, a fire-breathing fusion of lion, goat, and serpent. The Hydra, with its regrowing heads and poisonous breath. The Sphinx, whose riddles caused more than existential dread. The Nemean lion, whose golden hide couldn't be pierced by mortal weapons. And many others, who we'll meet again as our story unfolds. In a way, Typhon and Echidna are less a couple and more a factory, churning out monstrosities to populate the dangerous edges of the Greek imagination. But how did the ancients depict Typhon? Greek vase painters, never shy about ornamenting their wine jugs with a bit of divine trauma, occasionally gave Typhon a serpentine lower half and dragon wings. Others made him more human-shaped, though still terrifying. His form wasn't fixed, and that's important. Typhon wasn't just a character. He was an idea. He was the fear of the unknown, given just enough shape to haunt your dreams. In the Roman period, Typhon was sometimes merged with other storm deities. The Alexandrian poet Nonnos, writing in the 5th century CE, gave us one of the most dramatic retellings of the Typhon battle, a cosmic symphony of chaos and fury. Not exactly a lullaby, but splendid for dramatic readings. Interestingly, the Egyptians, never ones to miss a good mythic crossover, absorbed some of these ideas into their own cosmologies. The Greeks in Egypt, particularly in Alexandria, sometimes equated Typhon with the god Set, another chaotic desert dweller with a penchant for causing trouble. Cultural diffusion, ancient style. And what became of Typhon? Though technically dead, or rather buried, Typhon never truly left the stage. The volcanoes of southern Italy, particularly Mount Etna, were thought to house his furious breath. When lava poured from the mountain's flanks, it was Typhon's wrath escaping in molten form. In literature and later mythology, Typhon became shorthand for unstoppable destruction. A cosmic final boss. A being whose defeat marked the establishment of order. The victory of Zeus, not just as a powerful god, but as the upholder of structure over chaos. One might say, if a little sleepily, that Typhon is the reason the world doesn't fall apart every Tuesday. And yet, he's still there, sleeping, breathing, rolling over occasionally, just to remind us that the earth beneath our feet is never truly still. So, dear listener, if you're lying there now in the hush of your room, and you feel the soft hum of the world beneath you, remember, the ancients heard it too. They gave it a name. They gave it serpents for legs and fire for breath. They made it mighty. They made it monstrous. And then they tucked it safely beneath a mountain where it could do no harm, unless the mountain sneezed. We've only just begun our descent into the monstrous. There are more jaws to count, more riddles to solve, and more serpents than any garden would like. But for now, close your eyes. Let the tale of Typhon roll away like a receding storm. Let your thoughts settle like ash on a quiet volcano. The fire has dimmed. The monster sleeps. And so should you. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let your breathing slow. Let the noise of the day soften, like a harp string falling silent in the dark. You're not in your room anymore. No. Tonight, you're drifting downward, deep into the quiet belly of the earth. Deeper still, into a place not quite mortal and not quite divine. A place where monsters are born. And waiting there, half in shadow, half in shimmer, is Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters. She's not famous, not like Medusa or Cerberus. No statues stand in her honour. No temples call her name. But without her, many of the nightmares in Greek mythology would never have drawn breath. She is old. Older than Olympus. Older than your pillow. Her story is scattered through scrolls and half-forgotten epics, like bones buried in mythic soil. But tonight, we gather those bones. Tonight we meet the mother. The Greeks, as you may remember, were rather fond of explaining the inexplicable with elaborate family trees. Earthquakes. That's Typhon tossing in his sleep. Madness? A gift from the Furies. A lion with skin too tough to pierce? Well, that's just one of Echidna's babies. She's described, when she's described at all, as half beautiful woman, half coiled serpent. The upper half is alluring, almost divine, and the lower half is a serpent's tail that gleams with oily scales, forever winding, forever listening. There's a certain poetic logic in it, the top to entice, the bottom to consume. Echidna was not just a mother in the physical sense. She was mythological fertility itself, the force that brought monstrous forms into being. She didn't simply give birth to one creature, or two, but to a whole ecosystem of terror. She was paired with Typhon, and what a pair they made. Between the two of them, they birthed virtually every beast that ever gave a Greek hero heartburn. You already know some of their offspring. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates of the underworld like a bouncer at the most exclusive club no one wants to enter. The Hydra, who added heads faster than you could chop them off. The Chimera, a fire-breathing hybrid so confused it probably needed a map just to walk. The Sphinx, the Nemean lion, Orthrus, the Caucasian eagle that pecked at Prometheus's liver day after day, all hers. Quite the maternity ward, really. But who was Echidna? And why did the Greeks imagine such a being? The answer, as always, lies in fear and fertility. In the ancient world, the wilderness was not a place for leisure hikes and panoramic selfies. It was dangerous, unknown, and crawling with things that hissed. Forests had bandits. Mountains had storms. Caves had gods or monsters, or the gods of monsters. And beneath it all, there was a powerful belief that nature, wild nature, gave birth to the things that frightened you. Echidna was the personification of that belief. She was the wild-made womb, the fertile chaos that lay just beyond the edges of the city-state. Not evil exactly, but untamed. She wasn't meant to be worshipped so much as respected, like the growl in the underbrush or the gleam in a predator's eye. Her name, Echidna, has uncertain roots. It's possibly related to the word for viper, or perhaps it comes from even older languages predating the Greeks entirely. She may be older than even the stories we use to explain her. It would suit her, being older than memory. Many primordial goddesses are like that, fading into the edges of the mythos while still holding everything together. Echidna doesn't take centre stage in many myths. She's rarely the villain. She's never the hero. She's simply there, breeding, waiting, lurking. And in that quiet, generative presence, she becomes one of the most powerful figures in the mythic world, precisely because she doesn't demand attention. She simply continues. In Hesiod's Theogony, one of the earliest and most influential Greek texts, Echidna is described as a nymph who lives in a cave, devouring all men who pass. Now that could be metaphorical, or perhaps she simply liked her snacks fresh. Either way, she was clearly not someone to meet on a stroll. According to Hesiod, she was immortal and ageless. which is rather unfair for a mother of so many. But then Greek immortality never did come with stretch marks. She lived in a hidden cave, far from the gods and men, tucked away near Arima, a place whose location even the Greeks weren't too sure about. Some said it was in Cilicia, in southern Anatolia. Others pointed to deep beneath the earth. Some, quietly, just avoided the subject. And yet, despite her shadowy role, her presence is felt in nearly every heroic tale. Think of the great monster slayers of myth: Heracles, Bellerophon, Perseus, Odysseus. Nearly all of them faced one of Echidna's offspring. Each heroic deed, each monster conquered, was an echo of her legacy. She is the challenge behind the story, the breath behind the beast. There's something maternal in that too. You see, in ancient Greek society, women were often confined to the home, invisible in the public record, but absolutely central to the survival of the family and the continuity of culture. Echidna mirrors this role, silent in the myths, but essential to their progression. The mother whose children define the trials of men. Some later authors gave her a bit more narrative flesh. In the Roman tradition, she sometimes partners not with Typhon, but with Tartarus himself. A being, or a place, depending on how poetic you're feeling. Some even claimed she gave birth to a line of mortal monsters, kings and queens who ruled in far-off barbaric lands. In this version, her blood seeped into the earth and bore empires, which, in its own way, might be the most frightening legacy of all. In art, Echidna appears only rarely. The Greeks, bless them, preferred to depict her children. Flashier, more dramatic, and easier to fit onto pottery. But when she does appear, she's unmistakable. A woman from the waist up, beautiful and often bare, with the lower body of a serpent coiling into the gloom. Her face is calm, unapologetic. She is not a monster writhing in agony. She is not begging to be understood. She is simply Echidna. And what a strange power that is, to be monstrous without remorse, to be feared but not villainous, to give birth to terrors and never ask forgiveness for it. In modern times, her name has survived in biology. The echidna, a spiny anteater from Australia, bears little resemblance to her mythological namesake, aside from being wonderfully peculiar and producing the sort of confusion that would make a Greek storyteller proud. It lays eggs. It has four-headed reproductive anatomy. It is shy, ancient, and seems entirely unaware of how absurd it looks. One suspects Echidna would be flattered, but back to her myth. Echidna's story fades gradually after the early sources. As Greek thought shifted from oral epic to philosophy, monsters like her were explained away. Natural causes. Allegory. The torchlight of logic was being turned toward the dark corners of myth, and many of those shadows scattered. But not all. In the Renaissance, and even in modern fantasy literature, the trope of the mother of monsters lives on. You'll find her echoes in Tolkien's Ungoliant, in Lovecraft's Shub-Niggurath, in video games and novels, and the minds of anyone who's ever wondered, but where did the first monster come from? It always comes back to Echidna, because even now, when the world is mapped and measured, and most of the dragons have been replaced by tax forms, we still feel that tug at the edges. That sense that something wild, something ancient, still breeds beneath the surface. The Greeks gave that feeling a name. They gave it a shape. They gave it a mother. And so, as you lie there tonight, drifting just on the edge of sleep, know that you are not alone. The cave still waits. the coiled tail still stirs, and the mother of monsters still dreams beneath the earth, birthing horrors in her sleep. She does not roar. She does not chase. She simply exists. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing of all. Now close your eyes. The world is quiet. The monsters are fed. And the mother is resting. So should you. Breathe in. Let the weight of the day fall away like sand through your fingers. You're not here, not really. Not in your room, not in your bed. No, you're walking through a darkening meadow under a silver moon, a cool mist curling around your ankles. Ahead, a black river winds across the land like a ribbon of ink. And just beyond it, a gate. Massive, unmoving, ancient. And beside it, the soft growl of something that does not sleep. You have come to the edge of the world, or at least the edge of the world as the Greeks imagined it. This is the entrance to the underworld, and the creature standing guard has 3 heads, each hungering for the soul of a trespasser. Meet Cerberus, the Hound of Hades. Now let's set aside modern expectations. Cerberus is not evil. He is not a villain. He doesn't chase heroes through city streets or bark in nightmarish alleyways. No, he is far more dignified than that. He has a job, a role, a purpose. He is the guardian, the doorman, the final obstacle. And he's very, very good at it. Cerberus, sometimes spelled Kerberos, if you're in the mood for older spellings, was the child of Echidna and Typhon, a sibling to the Chimera, the Hydra, and other such charming playmates. But Cerberus was special. He wasn't designed to terrorize mortals or rampage through the countryside. He was created to keep the dead in, and the living out. His appearance varies, depending on which ancient source you're reading or which pot you're peering into. But the basics are consistent. Cerberus has 3 heads, though some ancient authors claim as many as 50 or even 100. He has a mane of snakes, eyes like lanterns, and sometimes, depending on the poet's mood, a serpent for a tail. He's like a canine jigsaw puzzle made from nightmares, stitched together with divine purpose. But let's focus on the 3 heads. Why 3? Well, scholars and sleepy philosophers have debated this for centuries. Some say the 3 heads represent the past, present, and future, which would be terribly poetic for a dog. Others suggest they symbolize birth, youth, and old age, our body, soul, and spirit. Or perhaps the ancient Greeks simply thought 3 heads were more terrifying than 1, and left it at that. Now imagine it. A creature with triple the teeth, triple the growls, triple the stare, and yet not malicious, not unkind, simply resolute. You see, the Greeks didn't fear death the way we sometimes do, not as an ending, but as a passage. What they feared more than death was imbalance, disturbance, the wrong soul in the wrong place. Cerberus ensured order. No soul escaped the underworld. No living foot stepped too far. He was, in essence, the boundary. You may be wondering, what was it like, this underworld? It was not fire and brimstone. No pitchforks, no eternal torment. At least not for most. The underworld was quiet. Diamond Soys shadowed. A place of memory more than suffering. It had regions, of course. The blessed went to the Elysian fields, green and gold with eternal ease. The punished were sent to Tartarus, where monsters and titans writhed, and the rest simply wandered. Shades among shades. Cerberus guarded them all. But as with all good monsters, he did occasionally face opposition. After all, Greek heroes were a meddlesome bunch, always leaping gates and barging into places they had no business being. Take Orpheus, the musician. He played his lyre so beautifully that even stones were said to weep. When his wife Eurydice died, Orpheus descended into the underworld to fetch her back. He didn't fight Cerberus, he played for him. And the hound, overcome by the mournful melody, lay down his head and wept, or perhaps simply dozed. Either way, Orpheus passed. Then there was Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, who was tasked with bringing Cerberus to the surface as one of his 12 labours. Not defeating him, mind you, just removing him temporarily from his post. Heracles, strong and stubborn as ever, wrestled the beast with nothing but his arms. No weapons, no tricks. He subdued Cerberus and dragged him into daylight, where the hound, unaccustomed to such brightness, blinked and howled in dismay. But Heracles was no villain. Once his labour was complete, he returned Cerberus unharmed to his post. Even heroes, it seems, understood the importance of boundaries. And then there's Psyche, a mortal woman who, through a series of divine misadventures involving jealous goddesses and impossible tasks, found herself journeying through the underworld as well. To pass Cerberus, she brought honey cakes, sweet bribes for a beast who, despite his job, still enjoyed a treat or two. Some say she tossed them one by one, each to a separate mouth. A very polite offering, really. These stories tell us something about Cerberus. He is not defeated by force, not truly. He is overcome by gentleness, by cleverness, by compassion. A lullaby, a cake, a fair challenge. He is a creature of rules, not rage. And that, perhaps, is why he was so respected. Even Hades, god of the underworld, had a sort of fondness for him. In many depictions, Cerberus is shown sitting at his feet like a loyal companion. Not chained, not whipped, just present, watching, waiting. And here we must take a brief, sleepy detour into etymology. The name Cerberus may stem from an Indo-European word meaning spotted, which means, if we're being terribly literal, Hades may have named his monstrous three-headed hellhound Spot. That's right, Spot. A joke, perhaps, from the ancient linguists. Or maybe just a reminder that even the most terrifying beings can have ordinary names. There's also a connection between Cerberus and ancient burial customs. You see, the Greeks often placed coins with the dead, payment for Charon, the ferrymen who guided souls across the river Styx. But in some traditions, honey cakes were buried as well. Offerings not for Charon, but for Cerberus. A bribe to ease the soul's passage, a gift to the guardian, something sweet for the sentinel. It's easy to forget, amid the snarling imagery, that Cerberus was not cruel. He didn't torment souls. He didn't hunt them. He simply ensured they stayed where they belonged. In a world where chaos was always licking at the edges of order, Cerberus was a gate that held firm. In Roman times, the image of Cerberus endured. Poets like Virgil described him in the Aeneid, where the hero Aeneas must also pass the hound to reach the realm of the dead. Again, the method is familiar. Soporific treats. Sleep, not struggle. And in later Christian adaptations, Cerberus became associated with demons or Satan's watchdog. But that's a different lens, painted in darker strokes. The Greeks saw no sin in his existence, only necessity. Artists over the centuries couldn't resist him. On urns, on mosaics, on medieval manuscripts, he appears, all snarls and scales and flicking tongues. Often with only 2 heads, sometimes with 3, occasionally with dozens. Always with a presence that says, here is the edge. Do not cross it lightly. And yet, of course, the best stories are about those who do. Still, once their business is done, the great heroes rarely harm him. They return him, leave him be. Cerberus is not the villain to vanquish, but the challenge to honour. There's something comforting in that, isn't there? A monstrous dog who does not chase but guards, who snarls not from malice but duty, who lets you pass if you are clever or kind or brave enough to earn the right. And as you lie there, perhaps with a dog curled at your feet or snoring down the hall, you might smile at the thought that in the ancient world, even the threshold between life and death had a guardian who wagged his tail for music and drooled for honey. Cerberus was terrifying, yes, but only to those who tried to cheat the rules. He never hunted the innocent, never strayed from his post. He stayed, eternal and watchful, at the gate, a beast of legend, a child of chaos, and still, somehow, just a very good boy. So rest now. The night is calm, the gate is closed, the guardian is at his post, his 3 heads laid gently on stone, watching the road behind you, keeping the silence intact. No need to run, no need to fear. You are not trespassing tonight. You are only drifting. Sleep well, and let Cerberus keep the watch. Let your body settle. Let the weight of your limbs fall into the mattress, like stones sinking gently into a clear pool. The night presses in softly, like a curtain drawn with care. And beneath that hush, somewhere distant, somewhere ancient, is the quiet ripple of a marsh, a breathless wetland choked with mist. Something stirs beneath the surface, something with too many eyes. Tonight we drift toward the swamps of Lerna. There, in the stagnant, steaming waters, lived a creature so persistent, so impossibly difficult to kill, that it took a demigod with a club, a sword, and a bit of divine backup just to slow it down. This is the tale of the Lernaean Hydra, a creature of heads and venom, born of chaos and left to thrive in the shadows. You've probably heard of the Hydra, even if only vaguely. In popular imagination, she's become a symbol of problems that grow worse the more you try to fix them. Cut off 1 head and 2 more rise. A rather discouraging metaphor for anyone with a to-do list. But the Hydra wasn't just a metaphor. To the ancient Greeks, she was very real, and very much in the way. Her origins, as with so many monsters in Greek mythology, trace back to Echidna and Typhon, the mother and father of monsters. They didn't so much raise their children as release them, scattering their spawn across the map like little living challenges for the heroic youth of the age. The Hydra was one of their more impressive creations. She lived in the swamp of Lerna, not far from the city of Argos, and was said to be a massive, coiling, many-headed serpent. The number of heads varies depending on the poet. Some said 7, others claimed 9. A few, feeling especially dramatic, went as high as 100. But no matter the count, they shared one troubling feature. They didn't stay dead. When 1 head was severed, 2 more would sprout in its place, like an enthusiastic weed that took pruning as a personal challenge. And if that weren't enough, her blood was said to be so venomous that even its scent could kill. Her breath was toxic, her bite fatal, and the very ground she walked, or rather slithered, upon was poisoned. She didn't even need to chase her prey. They simply wandered too close, and nature did the rest. Now, Lerna itself was already a place of mystery. In Greek thought, it was one of the gateways to the underworld, a liminal space where the veil between worlds was especially thin. The swamp, always still, always steaming, was feared for its depths and secrets. It was said that no one who entered came out unchanged, or at all. What better place, then, for a creature like the Hydra? When Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, was tasked with his second labour, it was not merely a matter of finding the Hydra and waving a sword. No, this was a test not just of strength, but of ingenuity. He arrived with his nephew Iolaus, who, depending on the version of the myth, was either his charioteer, his assistant, or just someone who'd made the mistake of tagging along on the wrong day. At first, Heracles did what Heracles does best. He swung his club. Heads flew, splendid cracks echoed through the marsh. But no sooner had one head fallen than two more pushed up from the bleeding stump, hissing with renewed fury. Imagine the frustration. One can almost hear Heracles sighing. It was going to be one of those days. The swamp around them boiled with Hydra fury. Heads darted, fangs flashed, and yet Heracles refused to retreat. Instead he adapted. With Iolaus at his side, he developed a new strategy, cauterization. Each time Heracles lopped off a head, Iolaus would dash in with a burning torch and sear the wound closed, preventing regrowth. Teamwork. Efficient, if a bit smoky. Eventually, only the central head remained, the immortal one. Yes, as if regenerating heads weren't enough, the Hydra had a head that simply could not die. Heracles wrestled with it, finally severed it, and buried it beneath a massive boulder. Because if you can't destroy something, at least make it inconvenient to access. To finish the task, Heracles dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood, infusing them with a poison so potent that it would later spell doom even for other heroes. Those arrows would go on to kill the centaur Nessus, which in turn would lead to Heracles' own death. But that's a story for another night. What matters now is that the Hydra had fallen. The swamp went quiet, and the labour was complete. Well, mostly. In one version of the myth, Heracles was denied credit for the labour because he received assistance from Iolaus, which honestly seems a bit harsh. But the gods were nothing if not fond of fine print. Still, the tale endured. The Hydra became a symbol of impossible problems, ones that required not brute strength alone, but patience, precision, and a helping hand. A reminder that monsters often outnumber swords. But what did the Hydra mean, really? Why did the Greeks imagine such a creature? Part of it, of course, was the landscape. Swamps were feared in the ancient world. They were mysterious, disease-ridden, and impossible to navigate. They swallowed people without a sound. The Hydra, then, was a personification of the danger lurking in these places, a visible form for an invisible threat. But there's also a philosophical dimension. The Hydra represents the nature of struggle. Not all problems die when struck. Some divide, multiply, return fiercer than before. The ancient Greeks knew that. Their world was full of uncertainty, plague, war, famine, betrayal. You could win a battle and lose a kingdom. Solve one crisis and find two more waiting behind it. The Hydra, coiled in her marsh, was that truth made flesh. And yet, she was not unbeatable. It's tempting to think of Heracles as merely a brawler, but the Hydra reminds us that even he had to think, had to innovate, had to accept help. His greatest victories were never his alone. There's a lesson in that, gently tucked beneath the fangs and fire. The Hydra's legacy extends far beyond Greek myth. Her name has become a literary device, a political metaphor, a psychological symbol. In every era, people have faced Hydra-like problems, those complex recurring challenges that seem to multiply the more we engage them. And still, we remember the torch, the cauterization, the cleverness. In ancient art, the Hydra was a favourite subject. On painted amphorae, she coils and strikes, heads twisting like braids in the wind. Sometimes she is dragon-like, sometimes more serpentine. Heracles is always there, grim and sweating, club in one hand, torch in the other. The scene is dynamic, chaotic, but always frozen just before resolution. We don't see the moment of victory, only the effort. Perhaps that's fitting. In Roman times, the Hydra was reshaped a bit, more monstrous, less symbolic, but she never lost her place in the pantheon of horrors. Later, in Christian allegory, she became a stand-in for sin, for heresy, for whatever needed smiting with dramatic flair. But the essence remained, a creature that could not be defeated by ordinary means. In some Renaissance retellings, the Hydra became almost seductive, a feminine monster, part woman, part serpent, echoing older fears of the wild and the unknown. The swamp became not just a place, but a metaphor for desire, temptation, and danger. But strip away the centuries, and we return to the still waters of Lerna, to the mist, to the hiss. Imagine it now. You're standing on the edge of the marsh. The reeds part with a rustle. A low ripple moves across the water, and then a head, long, narrow, fanged, rises into view. Another follows, then another, until the night blooms with serpents. 100 eyes blink. 100 tongues taste the air. You take a step back, not from fear, but from awe, because this isn't evil, this is ancient power. Chaos wrapped in elegance. A puzzle, not a curse. And somewhere far off, a torch flares in the darkness. A hero steps forward, not to slay, but to understand. So rest now. The Hydra sleeps again in her swamp, coiled beneath lilies and mud. Her heads no longer hiss. Her breath no longer poisons. She dreams of fire and rain, of battles lost and won. And you? You are far from Lerna now, safe beneath your blankets, where no heads multiply and no blades are needed. The marsh is still. The torch is out. And the monster, like you, is at peace. Sleep deeply, and let the world remain quiet. Let the hush of the evening settle around you like soft wool. The air is still now. Nothing stirs except memory, and the faint echo of hooves on ancient stone. The stars above you are distant and patient, watching as they always have. But below, in the smouldering hills of a forgotten land, a creature once breathed fire into the wind. She was impossible, furious, and proud. Her name was Chimera. Tonight, we'll wander slowly through the scorched hills of Lycia, in what is now southwestern Turkey. But once, long ago, this was a place of legend, and in the cracks between rocks, where sulphur steamed from the earth, the Chimera waited. The Chimera was a monster built by contradiction. She was part lion, part goat, part serpent, a fusion of things that had no business being in the same body. And yet, there she stood, a lioness at the front, a goat rising awkwardly from her back, and a long, viperous snake forming the tail, coiled and hissing behind her. And if that weren't enough, she breathed fire. Of course she did. Greek poets described her with a mix of horror and admiration. A creature so unnatural she must have been divine. Or perhaps something the gods regretted and forgot to recall. She was, like many monsters of that ancient world, a child of Typhon and Echidna, which meant that chaos was not just her nature, it was her birthright. Her name, Chimera, literally means she-goat in Greek, which, considering she was also a lion and a snake, seems like an odd naming decision. But the Greeks often name things after their most confounding feature. And what could be more confounding than a goat erupting from the back of a lion? She roamed the burning hills and haunted the people of Lycia. They feared her as a wildfire, as a punishment from the gods, as something too powerful and strange to reason with. And truly, she didn't have an agenda. She didn't demand sacrifices, or build empires, or leave cryptic riddles. She just existed, and scorched everything around her. Now, why would a monster like this take root in Lycia? It helps to know a bit about the land. Lycia was known in the ancient world for its strange, flaming hills, places where methane seeped up from the earth and ignited into ghostly blue flames. Even today, at the site called Yanatash, flaming rock, fires still burn from the ground, flickering mysteriously. To the Greeks, such phenomena had to have a cause. Fire from nowhere? Clearly something monstrous was to blame. So they imagined a chimera, a creature who breathed these flames and lived beneath the rocks. Myth, after all, is how the Greeks explained the impossible. The most famous story involving the chimera comes from the saga of Bellerophon, a hero not as well known today as Heracles or Odysseus, but just as bold. Bellerophon was a prince, or possibly a fugitive, depending on whom you ask. He ended up in Lycia, under complicated circumstances, and found himself sent on a mission that was, frankly, meant to kill him. The king of Lycia, hoping to rid himself of this inconvenient guest, ordered Bellerophon to slay the chimera. A clever way to dispose of someone without technically getting blood on your hands. Oh, you're still alive? Splendid. Do pop out and kill the unkillable monster next, would you? But Bellerophon, rather than succumbing to dread or excuses, went hunting. Now, it's important to note that Bellerophon had a secret weapon, or rather, a winged one. He had managed, through prayer, perseverance, and a golden bridle from the goddess Athena, to tame Pegasus, the winged horse. With Pegasus beneath him, Bellerophon could fly, placing him out of reach of the chimera's claws, fangs, and, crucially, her fire. Imagine that scene. The chimera stalking across the cracked earth, the goat bleating as flames pour from her jaws, the lion's roar echoing through the hills, and above her, wings beating like thunder, a man with a spear, circling, watching. He couldn't get too close. One plume of fire, and it would be over. But he couldn't stay above forever either. So he devised a trick. He fixed a block of lead to the tip of his spear. A strange choice, unless one is thinking several moves ahead. Swooping down, dodging a blast of flame, he drove the spear into the creature's throat. The lead, heated by her breath, melted down into her windpipe, suffocating the fire, and with it, the monster. It was not brute strength that won the day, but cleverness. Heat and metal. A smith's trick, not a warrior's. The Greeks valued that. Wit over muscle. Strategy over sheer force. In their world, heroes often triumphed, not because they were the biggest, but because they were the smartest. And so, the chimera fell. The fire quieted. The people of Lycia breathed easier. Bellerophon returned, not just as a survivor, but as a hero, though, as with many Greek heroes, his story would not end so smoothly. He grew proud. too proud, tried to fly to Olympus itself. And Pegasus, wise beast that he was, threw him before reaching the heights. But that's another tale. The Chimera, for her part, was buried in the hills. The flames, some said, were her breath still leaking through the cracks of the earth. Even today, the fires at Yanatash still burn. Some believe them to be eternal. Others know they're just gas. But there's something undeniably haunting about flames that never die. In later traditions, the Chimera evolved. She was no longer just a creature. She became an idea. Chimera came to mean anything impossible, any fusion of things that should not exist together, a dream too strange to be real, a metaphor for excess. In medieval bestiaries, she was drawn with new combinations, leopard spots, dragon wings, human faces, always changing, always shifting. And in that sense, she became a reflection of our own imaginations. Chaotic, beautiful, terrifying. She also endured in art. On pottery and coinage, she appears snarling, breathing fire, claws arched. Usually with Bellerophon above her, spear drawn. The moment before victory, or the moment before something goes terribly wrong. The Greeks loved that tension, that breath between triumph and tragedy. And what of her deeper meaning? To the Greeks, monsters were rarely just monsters. They were warnings, reminders, reflections. The Chimera, with her 3 bodies and burning breath, might represent uncontrolled imagination, dreams without boundaries, or the dangers of hybrid things. Neither one nor the other, but both. A symbol of the unknown, of the unnatural. Or perhaps she was just a creature of fire, given form so that people might understand the earth they stood on. That, after all, is the quiet genius of mythology. It gives shape to confusion, a face to fear, a story to stand where silence once was. And so tonight, as you lie still beneath your own roof, centuries away from the hills of Lycia, you might picture her, the lioness pacing through blackened stone, the goat's head bleating and burning, the serpent tail twitching in anticipation. She is not coming for you. She never was. She was born, she raged, she was defeated, and remembered. That's all any monster asks. Now the hills are quiet, the fires dim. Pegasus flies on. And Bellerophon, prideful and fallen, is long gone. But the Chimera remains. Not as threat, not as curse, but as story. Sleep now. The wings have passed overhead. The flame is just a flicker. The beast is at rest. And so are you. Close your eyes now. Let the soft tide of silence lap gently at the edges of your thoughts. There is no hurry, no weight of waking hours. Just the breath in your chest and the drifting stories of the old world. Tonight, we do not go underground or into the swamp. We do not follow lions or serpents or beasts with too many legs. No, tonight we gaze into eyes. Not yours, not mine, but hers. And if we are not careful, we may never look away again. This is the story of the Gorgons, and of one in particular. You know her name, even if you don't remember where from. It lingers in the back of the mind, like a warning from a dream. Medusa. Say it slowly, softly. The name is already an incantation. Now the Gorgons were 3 sisters, Steno, Euryale, and Medusa, and depending on which version of the myth you prefer, they were either always monstrous or became monstrous later. That's the thing about Greek mythology. Nothing is ever simple. Everyone has a past, often a complicated one. Let us start with the old versions, the ones that came before sympathy was invented. In these, the Gorgons were born monstrous, children of the sea gods Phorcys and Ceto, creatures of dread from the moment they took their first breath. They lived far off in the west, at the edges of the world, past the boundaries of maps and reason. They had wings of bronze, snakes for hair. Their skin was scaly, their teeth sharp, and their eyes could turn you to stone. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally. One glance, and your body would freeze in place, your breath would stop, and your soul would drift from flesh turned cold and grey. The Gorgons were not pursued, they did the pursuing, and no man returned from their lands intact. But then a different version arose, a softer one with tragedy. In this telling, Medusa was not born a monster. She was a maiden, perhaps a priestess of Athena, dedicated to the goddess of wisdom and war. She was beautiful, so beautiful in fact that even the gods noticed. And one did more than notice. Poseidon, god of the sea, desired her, and according to the myth, he pursued her. In some tellings, he seduced her. In others, he assaulted her, and not in a quiet meadow, but in Athena's own temple. When the goddess returned and found her sanctuary defiled, she did not punish Poseidon, she punished Medusa. Because in mythology, justice is not always just. Gods, after all, behave like people, which is often the most dangerous thing about them. And so, Medusa was cursed. Her hair became snakes. Her face, once lovely, became something unlookable. Not because it was grotesque, but because it was too powerful. She was given the gift, or curse, of the petrifying gaze. No longer a priestess, no longer human, no longer desired, she fled west with her sisters. And from that moment on, she was both feared and hunted. Now consider this. A woman punished for being beautiful, then hunted for being dangerous. There's something ancient in that rhythm, and sadly, something eternal. But back to the myth. You may remember the name Perseus, a hero with a magic bag and a knack for inconvenient quests, sent by a king who wanted him dead without saying so. "Bring me the head of Medusa," said the king, as if asking for a bouquet. And Perseus went, but not alone. He had help, divine help. The gods, for reasons of their own, gave him tools. Athena provided a polished shield, one that could be used as a mirror. Hermes gave him a curved blade. He also received a magical satchel to carry the head, and the winged sandals of the nymphs, with which he could fly. You may notice a pattern in Greek heroics. The monster is rarely defeated by brawn alone. There are tools, relics, rules. The Greeks understood that monsters were not simply strong, they were symbols. They had to be approached with reverence and cunning. Perseus flew to the edge of the world, to the land where the Gorgons slept. They slept during the day, you see. Their stone-turning eyes only worked when open. Even curses need rest. And as the Gorgons lay coiled among the rocks, Perseus crept forward, not looking directly, but through the reflection in his shield. It's a clever image, isn't it? He cannot face her directly. He must look through an image, indirect, safe, distant. One wonders how many truths in life must be seen the same way. With the curved blade, he struck, clean, fast. Medusa's head fell, eyes still open, still dangerous, and from her blood sprang two beings, Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden sword. Life emerging from death. A symbol of beauty and violence, fused. Perseus placed the head in his satchel. It would remain a weapon. Even severed, Medusa's gaze could petrify. He used it to defeat foes, turn kings to stone, and eventually returned it to Athena, who mounted it on her shield. Now pause there. Athena, who cursed Medusa, who armed the man who killed her, who then placed her head on a shield and carried it into battle. Why? Why would a goddess wear the face of her victim? Some say it was guilt, a way to honour Medusa. Others claim it was pure practicality. The head was, after all, extremely effective. But maybe it's something else. Maybe Medusa had become more than a curse. She had become a symbol. In time, Medusa's image spread across the ancient world, not as a monster, but as a guardian. Her face, the Gorgoneon, was painted on shields, carved into doorways, etched on coins and breastplates. Not to frighten the innocent, but to ward off evil. Apotropaic, the scholars call it. A fancy word meaning something that turns danger away. A reversal, then, from hunted to protector, from cursed to divine. Her face twisted in rage, eyes wide, tongue protruding, became a kind of ancient alarm system. A declaration that the space behind the image was sacred, untouchable. How's that for poetic justice? And so, across the centuries, Medusa was reclaimed. Artists painted her not with scales and fangs, but with sorrow. Her hair was not snakes, but symbols. Her story was not one of terror, but of transformation. In the Renaissance, poets reimagined her. Painters softened her features. In the modern world, she became a feminist icon. The woman punished for her beauty, transformed against her will, then demonized for surviving. Is she still terrifying? Yes. But perhaps not for the same reasons. And what of her sisters? Stheno and Euryale, the immortal Gorgons, often go unmentioned. They weren't slain, they weren't cursed anew. They remained wild, winged, grieving. Their names mean strong and far-roaming. They were perhaps even more terrifying than Medusa, yet less famous. That too is a kind of curse, to outlive your sister and be forgotten. But somewhere, in the mythology between lines, they still fly. Not quite villains, not quite mourners, just shadows across the edge of the world. And here we arrive at the heart of it. The Gorgons, and Medusa in particular, are not monsters in the way we understand them. They are protectors, victims, warriors, goddesses. Their image, born of fear, becomes a kind of shield, not to harm, but to defend. Think of it. A face so powerful, it turns violence to stone. Not through fists, not through flame, but through the act of looking. What is more dangerous than a woman who cannot be looked upon, and who, in turn, sees everything? Tonight, let us not fear her. Let us imagine her not as a beast with snake hair and a bloodied stare, but as a figure walking the border of myth and memory. Not chasing you, not hunting, simply watching, guarding. Perhaps she stands outside your window now, not to petrify, but to keep watch, to hold back whatever else the night might bring. Sleep beneath her gaze. You are safe? The monsters she once faced are long gone, and she, Medusa, has become something else. No longer victim, no longer villain, but a quiet goddess of the threshold. And you, dear listener, are on the peaceful side of that line. Sleep now. Let the stone turn back to flesh. Let the hair become wind. And let her eyes, gentle now, close at last. Take a breath. Not too deep. Just enough to feel your ribcage gently rise like the tide beneath a quiet moon. Let your limbs go still. Your thoughts go soft. Tonight, we set sail. Not toward peace, not yet. Tonight, we pass between monsters. There is a place in the world where the sea narrows like a throat, and ships must slide carefully between high cliffs and deep waters. A place where every sailor knows that, to steer clear of danger on one side, he must come perilously close to disaster on the other. This place, very real, very present, is the Strait of Messina, between Italy and Sicily. The ancients knew it well, but they saw more than water, more than current. They saw jaws, they heard voices, they named the dangers that lurked there, gave them form and history and appetite. On one side stood Scylla, and on the other, Charybdis. If you were to ask an ancient Greek sailor which was worse, he might pause, shrug, and say, "Depends on how you'd like to go." Scylla lived in the cliffs. She didn't move much, just enough to ruin your day. She perched in her cave, high above the waves, and waited for ships to come close. And when they did, she reached down, fast, efficient, hungry. Homer tells us she had 12 legs, long and lean, stretching from her waist like some monstrous spider, and 6 long necks, each ending in a terrible head with 3 rows of sharp teeth. Her voice was like the yelp of puppies, pitiful and high, but her bite was something else entirely. She didn't tear ships apart. She didn't breathe fire or crash waves. Number. She plucked sailors from their decks like olives from a bowl, 1 for each head. 6 men gone before anyone could scream. Odysseus saw it happen. He'd been warned by Circe, the sorceress. "Steer close to Scylla," she told him. "You'll lose a few men. It's horrible, yes, but better than Charybdis. Charybdis will take the whole ship." And so he did. He clutched the tiller, teeth tight, and watched as Scylla struck. 6 men, lifted, flailing, screaming. Then silence. It was not a battle. It was a toll. And she took it, as she always did. But who was Scylla before this? There are stories, softer, sadder, that say she was once a girl. Not divine, not monstrous. Just a girl who walked the shores and loved the sea. And one day she caught the eye of Glaucus, a sea god. He loved her. She did not love him back. He, in desperation, went to Circe, begged her to make him irresistible. But Circe, you see, loved Glaucus, and Scylla, by simply existing, had ruined that love. So Circe did what goddesses so often do in myth. She punished the woman. She poisoned the spring where Scylla bathed. And the next time Scylla stepped into the water, she changed. Her body stretched, her legs twisted, dogs burst from her skin. She screamed, and kept screaming, until she found herself in the cliffs above the sea, no longer a girl, no longer anything at all. She wasn't evil. She just became. And she stayed. On the other side of the strait, the water boils. That is where Charybdis waits. You don't see her until it's too late. She doesn't have arms or teeth or eyes you can look into. She's just a shape in the sea, a whirlpool that opens 3 times a day and drinks the ocean. And if you're in the way, down you go. She was once a daughter of Poseidon, the stories say, loyal, proud. She helped her father drown coastlines and flood enemy lands. But Zeus, who had other ideas about balance and ownership, struck her with lightning. He chained her to the seafloor and cursed her with hunger. Now she swells and collapses, breathes in and spits out. Never full, never still. She is absence made visible. The kind of danger you only understand once you've been pulled in. So there you are, a sailor, a captain, a hero passing through. To your left, a towering cliff, still as death, with something sharp hidden in the shadows. To your right, water that pulls sideways, tugs at the keel, beckons with no promise of return. Pick one. You have to. Odysseus chose Scylla, because losing 6 is better than losing everyone. That's what he told himself. What Circe told him. What the gods would have him believe. It's a cruel math, but Greek mythology is full of that kind of arithmetic. The kind where survival always cost something. You see, Scylla and Charybdis weren't just monsters. They were choices. Bad ones. Scylla is the pain you expect. Swift, sharp, specific. You know it's coming. You brace for it. You live through it. Charybdis is the slow dread. The danger you try to avoid but feel pulling at your feet anyway. It comes quietly, like regret, like gravity. Scylla kills a few. Charybdis devours all. And together they represent something very old and very familiar. The truth that some journeys offer no safe path. That sometimes to keep going, something must be sacrificed. And yet, Odysseus passed through. Not untouched, not unscathed, but onward. That's the thing. Even in the face of ancient monsters, of losses and choices and waves that don't care if you pray, the Greeks believed you could keep moving. Even if it hurt. Even if the way was narrow. Even if you cried. You could still steer the ship. Later storytellers softened the edges. In some versions, Odysseus fights back, tries to stab Scylla as she grabs his men. But the gods laugh at that. You can't stab a choice. You can't strike a fate. You can only face it. Sail through, and remember. In art, Scylla is often drawn as a woman above, beautiful, serene, and chaos below. Dogs and serpents and limbs all braided into a single shape. A reflection of the sea itself. Calm on the surface, madness underneath. Charybdis is harder to paint. She's not a creature so much as a phenomenon. A gaping mouth, maybe. A swirling disc of foam. Sometimes just a hole in the sea. But everyone understood her. The sailors did. The poets did. And so do we. We use them still. Between Scylla and Charybdis, the phrase survives. A way to say I had no good options. A way to say I chose what hurt less. A way to say I'm still here. And that matters, because sometimes the victory is not in slaying the monster. It's in knowing which one to face. In knowing when to hold the tiller. And in not letting go. The ancient world was full of things the Greeks couldn't explain. Earthquakes, storms, currents, loss. But instead of surrendering to fear, they gave those things stories. Not to tame them, but to understand. They named their monsters. And in doing so, they named their fears. And their courage too. So tonight, as you lie in your bed, you are not at sea. You are not between rocks. There is no whirlpool at your feet, no jaws in the dark. You are safe, the strait is behind you. Scylla sleeps in her cave, curled around her sorrow. Charybdis turns slow and silent beneath a peaceful sea. And you? You are the sailor who passed through. Not unchanged, but still sailing. Let the wind go quiet. Let the water calm. The monsters, just this once, are still. Sleep now. And drift. You've already done the hardest part. It's quiet now. Let the hush of the evening wrap around you like a cool linen sheet, the kind worn by kings and commoners alike in the Mediterranean dusk. Imagine a torch flickering in some far-off corridor. Footsteps echo, marble beneath your feet. A door opening and closing behind you. And now you are in the dark, in the labyrinth. It does not matter how you got here, only that you have, and somewhere, at the centre of this winding puzzle of stone and shadow, waits the monster. Tonight we meet the Minotaur. Not just a beast in a maze, though that's how he's often remembered, but something far older, stranger, sadder. Let us begin at the beginning, which, as with most Greek myths, is not simple, not clean, and certainly not family-friendly. It starts with a king, a Cretan king named Minos. Minos wanted to rule not just men, but the sea itself. So he prayed to Poseidon, god of the oceans, asking for a sign to prove he was chosen. Poseidon obliged, sending up from the surf a magnificent white bull, powerful, radiant, divine. Minos was to sacrifice it as a show of loyalty. But Minos, being human, made the usual mistake. He got attached. The bull was too perfect, too beautiful. Surely the gods wouldn't mind if he kept it and substituted a lesser one for the altar. They minded. In particular, Poseidon minded. And as punishment, the god cast a strange desire into the heart of Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae. She was struck with a longing not for a man, not even for a god, but for the very bull her husband had refused to sacrifice. What followed was, depending on your level of poetic tolerance, either grotesque or tragically divine. The queen sought help from Daedalus, the great inventor, and Daedalus, as artists often do, obeyed the brief without judgment. He built her a wooden cow, hollow and lifelike, in which she could climb and, well, deceive the bull. And from that strange union came a child with the body of a man and the head of a bull, the Minotaur. He was unnamed at birth. The name we use, Minotaur, simply means bull of Minos, as if he were a possession, a problem to be solved. And in many ways, that's exactly what he became. The boy, if one can call him that, could not be raised among people. He grew quickly, grew strong, grew wild. Minos, horrified and shamed, again turned to Daedalus. And Daedalus built the labyrinth, a palace of corridors, a maze so complex that even the architect could barely escape it. A structure where left and right became meaningless, where forward became back, where one might walk forever and never see the same wall twice. In the centre, they placed the Minotaur, to live, or at least to exist. He was fed, he was feared, he became legend. Now, here's where Athens comes into it. At the time, Crete was a naval superpower, and Athens, still young and growing, had once rebelled, and lost. As part of the peace, Minos demanded tribute. Every 9 years, Athens would send 7 boys and 7 girls to Crete, and those youths would be placed in a labyrinth. With the Minotaur, no weapons, no guide, no escape. It wasn't execution, not formally, just a disappearance, a slow forgetting. They entered, they never returned, and so the Minotaur became more than a monster. He became the engine of fear, a reminder of defeat, a story told in Athens to keep young people obedient, a sacrifice to power and to shame. But then, of course, came a prince, Theseus, son of the king of Athens. Brash, clever, reckless. A walking definition of heroism, at least the Greek variety, which included equal parts nobility and ego. When the time came for the next tribute, Theseus volunteered to be among the youths. Not to die, but to kill, he sailed to Crete. And as the stories go, he caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of Minos and Pasiphae, half-sister to the Minotaur, if anyone was counting. Ariadne, moved by the handsome foreigner, or perhaps simply sick of the bloodshed, gave Theseus a tool. Not a sword, not a map. A thread. A spool of golden string to be tied at the entrance of the labyrinth. A guide back, if he could survive. Theseus entered. He walked the winding paths, let the walls close in, let the silence deepen. And finally, he found the creature. Imagine that moment. The hero face to face with the beast. And the beast, not roaring, not charging, just staring. Because here's the part the stories often skip over. The Minotaur didn't ask to be there, didn't ask to be born. didn't choose the labyrinth. He was made, then caged, then fed strangers in the dark. Was he savage? Yes. Was he a monster? Perhaps, but also perhaps not. Theseus fought him, killed him, left his body in the dark, and then, following the thread, escaped. Victory. The end. But as with all Greek myths, the ending leaves questions. Who was the Minotaur, really? Some say he was simply a cautionary tale, a symbol of unnatural union, of pride punished by the gods. Others see him as something deeper, the unwanted child, the castaway, the embodiment of shame buried at the heart of power. In historical terms, there may have been something more. Archaeologists studying the ruins of Knossos, the grand palace of ancient Crete, have found vast, complex layouts, rooms upon rooms, corridors with no straight line. Some believe this was the labyrinth, not a trap, but a court. Not a prison, but a palace so complex that visitors felt lost. The bull too mattered in Minoan culture. Bull leaping was a sacred sport. The animal was revered, not feared. Its horns appear in art, on altars, in frescoes. So perhaps the story of the Minotaur is a Greek reinterpretation, or misinterpretation, of a foreign custom. The Athenians, after all, loved a good narrative, especially one where they, the clever city of democracy and reason, triumphed over the strange islanders with their bulls and their rituals. It is history retold by victors, dressed in myth. But whatever the truth, the story has endured. The image remains. A beast in a maze. And the maze? Oh, the maze is the most important part. Because it's not just a building. It's a metaphor. The labyrinth is the mind. The past. The trap of guilt. The structure we build to contain what we don't want to face. And the Minotaur? He's what we've placed at the centre. A fear, a memory, a mistake, something we would rather forget, and so we wall it in. But it never goes away. It waits. Walk far enough into yourself, and you'll find it. And then, if you're very lucky, or very brave, or very foolish, you'll find the thread, and come out again. Theseus did. He left the labyrinth, but not without cost. He abandoned Ariadne on an island. Reasons vary. Some say he was ungrateful. Others say Dionysus claimed her. But the result was the same, betrayal. He returned home. Forgot to change the sails from black to white, as he'd promised. His father, watching the ship from the cliffs of Athens, saw the dark sails and believed his son dead. In grief, he threw himself into the sea. And so the Aegean was named. Even victory in Greek myth comes with mourning. The Minotaur is dead, the labyrinth is empty. But somehow the story still echoes. We still build mazes. We still lock things away. And deep inside, the part of us that once heard the story as a child, that part still walks the halls, wondering what waits around the corner. So let's leave the torchlight behind. Let the corridors fall silent. The thread has been followed. The monster has been faced. You are no longer in the dark. You are no longer in the maze. You are back here, where it is warm and still, where the Minotaur cannot find you, where the walls are no longer closing in, where sleep is waiting, gentle and slow. And whatever monster you face, it is not tonight. Let the labyrinth vanish. Let the hooves fall silent and rest. You've already walked far enough. It is night again, the kind of night where the wind hushes the trees into stillness, and the moon casts pale silver through the window like a watchful eye. You are still, and all is quiet. But long ago, in the world of myth, the wind was not always so gentle. There were times when it came shrieking across the sea, tearing sails from masts, snatching food from tables, stealing men from the decks of ships, and sometimes from the very skies. And if you were ancient Greek, and you heard that wind howling through the cliffs, you didn't just call it a storm. You might have whispered, harpies. Or, if your conscience was not clean, if you'd wronged the gods or shed innocent blood, you might fear something worse, the Furies. Tonight, we drift into their stories, into winged warnings and shrieking skies, into judgment that flies, and punishment that never sleeps. We begin with the Harpies. Their name comes from the Greek harpazo, meaning to snatch, which is exactly what they do: snatch, take, steal. They were not always evil, not precisely. In the earliest myths, they were storm spirits, daughters of the sea god Thaumas and the oceanid Electra. Their names were Aelo, Ocypete, and sometimes Kaleno. Lovely names, really. Storm, Swift Flyer, and the Dark One. At first, they were merely elemental, fierce winds given form. They raced through the air, screeching across the sea like a bad omen. Sometimes they helped carry souls. Sometimes they stole objects from the hands of mortals. They were fast, unpredictable, and always hungry. But over time, as stories grew darker, the Harpies became less abstract and more terrifying, less weather and more wrath. They were imagined as women with the bodies of great birds, vast wingspans, talons sharper than knives, and faces that once might have been beautiful, but had long since been twisted by rage and divine duty. Their scent was said to be foul, rot and smoke and salt. Their voices screeched like rusted hinges. Their feathers were streaked with filth, tangled with the remnants of whatever they had taken last. The Harpies didn't hunt because they needed to eat. They hunted because someone had to. Because the gods, in their infinite wisdom, sometimes needed messengers who could make mortals miserable and fast. One of the most well-known tales involving them is the tragedy of King Phineus of Thrace. Phineus had a gift, the power of prophecy, but he made the mistake of revealing too much truth. He spoke freely of the gods' secrets, lifting the veil between divine will and human consequence. And for this he was punished, not with blindness, not with death, but with hunger. Each day a feast would be laid before him, meats roasted to perfection, fruits ripe and bursting, bread still warm. But as soon as he reached for a morsel, they came, the Harpies. They descended in a fury of wings and claws, screaming and cackling. They would snatch the food away or foul it with filth so vile that even touching it was impossible. Phineus starved day after day, surrounded by an abundance he could not touch. He aged, grew gaunt, and wept, not from hunger alone, but from the cruelty of being so near to relief, and yet forever denied. Eventually help arrived, in the form of the Argonauts, those bold sailors on their quest for the Golden Fleece. Among them were Zetes and Calais, the Boreds, sons of the North Wind. They had wings of their own, feathered limbs that shimmered with speed. When the Harpies next came for Phineus's feast, Zetes and Calais gave chase. The sky filled with feathers, steel, and shrieks. The Harpies fled westward, beaten and breathless, until the goddess Iris, messenger of the gods, appeared. She struck a bargain. The Harpies would leave Phineus in peace, and in return their lives would be spared. They vanished into the farthest reaches of the world. Some said they made their home near the Elysian wind, far from man, but never truly gone. They lingered in myth, always hungry, always watching. Some said they stole children. Others believed they carried away the souls of the guilty. Others still believed that they were divine instruments of pestilence, bringers of plague. And perhaps they were all these things, in one form or another. Because the harpies don't just represent theft, they represent torment. Unrelenting, unjust torment. That shadow of cruelty that sometimes hangs over those who are already suffering. They take what cannot be taken again. But the Furies are not thieves. They are not mischief makers or shrieking winds. They are judges. They are punishment given wings, older than gods, born of blood. Their origin is a tale soaked in myth, and myth alone. When Uranus, the sky god, was overthrown by his son Kronos, his blood fell to the earth. And from that earth, Gaia, mother of all, rose the Erinyes, the Furies, Alecto, Megaera, Tisiphone. They were not created, they emerged. Primeval forces, not evil, not good, but necessary. Alecto punished moral crimes. Megaera, jealousy and vengeance. Tisiphone, murder, especially within families. They did not come uninvited, but once summoned, they never stopped. The Furies are always female, but not in the gentle way mortals often imagined femininity. They are motherhood without mercy, memory without forgiveness, the part of justice that does not weep, but endures. Their hair was coiled with serpents. Their breath burned. They carried torches, scourges, and poisonous snakes. Sometimes their robes bled. Sometimes their very footsteps caused madness. Their presence brought guilt alive. Their pursuit made the mind their hunting ground. They didn't just punish you. They made you punish yourself. No crime summoned them faster than kinslaying, particularly the murder of a parent by a child. And so we return to Orestes, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. Agamemnon, who sailed to Troy, who sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to win the winds, who returned years later only to be murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. And Orestes? He was told that justice demanded he avenge his father, and he did. He killed his mother. And the moment her blood hit the floor, the Furies rose. They came screaming from the cracks in the earth, not with swords, but with questions. They asked not whether Orestes was brave, but whether he was right. He fled to Delphi, to Apollo, to Athens, but they followed, into temples, into dreams, into madness. The first trial in history was held to decide his fate, not by mortals, but by gods. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, choosing mercy. Orestes was freed, but the Furies were not banished. Athena offered them a new role, not as tormentors, but as guardians of justice. She gave them a home beneath Athens, in the sacred grove of the Areopagus. There they would reside, watching over oaths, hearing the cries of the wronged. And they accepted. They became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It was not a euphemism. It was transformation. Because even vengeance can grow tired of blood. Even fury can find peace. They still appeared, of course, in stories, in dreams, in guilt that wouldn't fade, but they had become part of justice, not its enemy. In this, the Greeks showed a profound truth, that justice is not only about punishment, it is about memory. The Furies remember. They remember what the world tries to forget, the girl silenced, the child abandoned, the murder unpunished, the lie that became law. And they wait, because time, for them, does not move as it does for mortals. They do not age, they do not sleep, they watch. And when the world turns too far from balance, they rise. In art they are sometimes softened, made into older women, stern but wise. But in the oldest depictions, they are fire in the shape of women. They are nightmares made noble, and they never blink. Harpies are hunger. Furies are conscience. Harpies are storm. Furies are structure. Both fly, both frighten. But the harpies take what is yours. The furies make you face what you've done. And that is perhaps more terrifying. Because monsters, as we often say, are not always outside the house. Sometimes they are inside. Sometimes they wear your name. Sometimes they sound like your own thoughts. But the furies don't arrive to harm. They arrive to remind, to weigh, to make sure you know, deep down, quietly, just before sleep, that justice is not blind. It only waits. But tonight, there is no cause for fear. The harpies have flown far from your windows. The furies are not coming, unless you've summoned them. And you haven't. You are still. You are safe. You are drifting. And they are only stories, old and winged and watching, but not for you. Not tonight. Let the feathers settle. Let the torches dim. Let sleep take you softly. The kindly ones are at rest, and so are you. The night is quiet now, the kind of quiet that lives in the space between thoughts, the kind that feels like a question waiting to be asked. And that's fitting, because tonight we meet the monster who waits with questions. Not with claws, not with fire, but with a riddle and a smile, a stillness, a choice. This is the story of the Sphinx. Not the Egyptian one, that grand, silent guardian of sand and sun. Number the Greek Sphinx is something else entirely. Not a monument, but a challenge. Part lion, part woman, part bird, and all mystery. She sits outside the city of Thebes, on a rock just high enough to see the road, just low enough to be seen. Her wings are tucked in, her gaze unblinking. She does not chase. She does not move. She waits. And when someone passes, she speaks. One question, answer correctly, and she lets you go. Answer wrong, she devours you. But let's begin not with her end, but her origin, which, like many things in Greek mythology, is half divine, half uncertain. The Sphinx was said to be the daughter of two monstrous parents, Orpheus, the two-headed hound, and the Chimera, herself a creature stitched from lion, goat and serpent. Others say she was born of Echidna and Typhon, the same pair who spawned so many of the terrors we've met on this journey. But while her siblings raged and clawed and burned, the Sphinx was given a quieter weapon, intellect. She was sent, some say by the gods, others say by fate, to punish the city of Thebes. Hera may have sent her, angry over an old insult, or Hades, in need of balance, or perhaps it was simply the gods being gods, petty, patient, and fond of difficult lessons. Either way, the Sphinx appeared. She took her place outside the gates of Thebes, and there she stayed. She didn't destroy the city. She didn't demand a tribute. She didn't scream or threaten. She asked a riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? No hints, no elaboration. Those who tried to pass her without answering, or who answered poorly, were caught in her claws and torn apart. Not out of malice, simply because that was the price of failure. Thebes was paralysed. Trade slowed. Travellers vanished. The fields went untilled. The people cowered behind their walls. Their future held hostage by a single sentence. Not a dragon, not a war. A question. And that's what made the Sphinx terrifying. She didn't punish through brute force. She punished through uncertainty. Her victims were not the weak. They were the unprepared. To face her was to gamble with your understanding of the world, to risk not just your life, but your certainty. And so, the question remained, waiting. Until one day, a man arrived. Oedipus. His name echoes through time, known now for the strange tragedy of his fate. But on this day, he was still only a traveller, weary, clever, and already marked by prophecy. He had left his home in Corinth behind, believing he could outrun a curse, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. And in trying to escape that fate, he walked straight into it, but not yet, for now he was just a man on the road to Thebes. And on that road he met her, the Sphinx. Her eyes fixed on him. He did not flinch. She asked her riddle, and he answered. Man, in childhood he crawls on 4 legs. In adulthood he walks upright on 2. And in old age he walks with a cane, as with 3. The answer was simple. Obvious, perhaps. Once you heard it. But no one else had. No one else had looked at the riddle and seen not a trick, but a truth. That life itself is a riddle. That time shapes us. That we change, not just in form, but in need. Oedipus understood the riddle not as a puzzle, but as a pattern. And with that answer, the Sphinx was undone. She didn't curse. She didn't cry. She simply leapt from her rock and fell. Her body dashed against the cliffs, her wings snapping, her silence sealed. Why? Some say she was bound by magic, that once her riddle was answered, her purpose was spent. Others say she died of shame, unable to bear defeat. But perhaps she chose to go, because a riddle once solved is no longer sacred. A mystery once unravelled cannot remain a monster. And she was never really a beast. She was a question. And now she was done. Thebes rejoiced. Oedipus was hailed as a hero, married the queen, and became king. But you know, or perhaps remember, that this was not a happy ending. Because the man he killed at the crossroads, his father, and the queen he married, his mother. The riddle he solved was only the first. The harder one, the one about who he truly was, would take much longer to answer, and cost him everything. But that is another story. Let's linger here just for now, with the Sphinx. Because she's more than a monster. She is the moment before understanding. She is the stillness before speech. She is the test that cannot be passed by strength, only by reflection. The Sphinx is what waits when you stop running, when you're alone, when a question rises inside you that no one else can answer. She is not an enemy. She is a gate, and every one of us must pass her. Sometimes once, sometimes again and again. In art she appears regal and restrained, lioness body curved in repose, wings arched like thoughts on the verge of flight. Her eyes distant, not cruel, not even curious, just waiting. In the most famous depiction, a verse from the 5th century BCE, she sits on a pillar. Oedipus stands below thinking. That's all. No drama, no violence. Just a question, and a man trying to find the shape of its answer. The Greeks didn't draw her with fire or gore. They didn't need to. Because the Sphinx is terrifying not for what she does, but for what she requires. She requires you to know yourself. And there's no weapon for that, only thought. Even now she waits in our stories, in classrooms, in crossroads, in quiet moments before dawn. She lives wherever a question is asked that might change you. And she doesn't threaten, she challenges. There is something oddly comforting in that. All the monsters we've met so far, They lash, they howl, they hunger. The Sphinx? She only asks. And sometimes what she offers, that moment of understanding, is worth the risk. Because knowledge, like all sacred things, must be earned. And what we learn in silence often stays with us longer than what we learn in fire. So if you ever find yourself standing before her, not in a myth, but in a moment, don't panic. Breathe. Think. The answer may not come right away. It may feel impossible, but it is there, and she will wait. Not kindly, perhaps, but patiently, because that is what the Sphinx does. She waits for us to grow into our answers. And now she is gone. Her cliff is empty, her wings folded for good. And you, dear listener, have passed. You have walked the road, faced the riddle, spoken the words, and now you may rest. Close your eyes. The question has been asked, the answer given. The monster has stepped aside, and the gates have opened.